There are 6 sections. The athletes will be competing against time and points. In section 1, in lane 2, we have Cornell College junior Libby Schunor. In lane 4, George Fox sophomore Annie Wright. And in lane 6, Southern Maine senior Hannah Damron.
All right, so we're about to start the women's 100-meter hurdles, the opening event of the heptathlon. Libby Schnorr, Annie Wright, and Hannah Damron will compete here in the opening section. These 3 ladies have competed pretty well this year, but they have the 3 slowest 100-meter hurdles time. So this is a big event for them to see how they can get off. Damron on the near side of the screen. To a good start. Annie Wright from George Fox out front. Libby Schnorr kind of trailing behind from Cornell College. Damron from Southern Maine crosses the tape first. Senior Hannah Damron. .15:36 is just better than her seed time. In fact, all 3 of these young ladies ran faster than their seed times. We'll have 6 total sections, and we'll kick it to the PA announcer for introductions for each one. All right, well, I guess the PA announcer is not going to introduce all of our sections. Brianna Sutton from Christopher Newport, Laura Darcy from the University of Chicago, and Hanover senior Savannah Hubbard here in Section 2. Hubbard racing on the near side in purple. Darcy from Chicago in the middle, having a good little stretch. Sprinting to the finish, it's Sutton, Hubbard, and Darcy in that order. All 3 of these ladies had seed times right around 15.5. Sutton barely edged out Hubbard at the stripe. So that'll bring us to our 3rd section. And in each of the final 4 races that we'll have here this morning, we'll have 4 competitors instead of 3. Jenna Deegan, a sophomore from St. Benedict's. Junior Nicole Kitchen from Wheaton. Freshman Sylvian Momont from Wisconsin Stevens Point. And Concordia Moorhead Jr., Michaela Fornes will be our next four to run. The women's heptathlon favorite is Kylie Bartlett, a sophomore from Rochester. Her best heptathlon of the year, she had 4,937 points. Was able to do that in late April at the New York State College Track and Cross Country Outdoor Championships. Allison Smith from Redlands, we expect her to perform well. In fact, Allison Smith is competing in several events this weekend. Brianna Sutton, we will see race here in just a moment, is the third seeded overall heptathlon athlete. Of course, if you're not too familiar, the idea of the decathlon for the men and the heptathlon for the women is that it's a combination of multiple events to test one's overall athletic ability. So you've got some sprints. And the women's heptathlon, it concludes with an 800-meter run. The men's decathlon, it concludes with a 1,500-meter run. Some of the field events begin their preparations.
We're okay
men's
down
decathlon
that way.
today.
Trouble here,
We already had the 100-meter dash, long jump, shot put, high jump, and the 400-meter dash the rest of the day. And the remaining women's heptathlon events after the 100-meter hurdles are the high jump, shot put, and 200-meter dash. The common theme you're going to see all day today is umbrellas. It is, unfortunately, doesn't look like we're going to have particularly better weather as the day goes along. So here comes our third section. Jenna Deegan from St. Benedict's way out front in her third section. And then it's Kitchen, Momont, and Fornes following in behind her. I think Deegan may have done far better than her seed time. 15.24, she did indeed. Michaela Fornes a little slower than what we expected from her out of Concordia Moorhead, so she'll have some ground to make up. We are getting now to a point where there are several pretty impressive young ladies in the heptathlon that will compete here shortly. Megan Maratz, senior from Wisconsin Platteville. Allison Rich, the junior from Hope. Laura Eschens, junior from St. Thomas. And Suni Geneseo, sophomore, Shayna Held. As more tents and umbrellas begin popping up. We will shortly also try to give you some coverage of the men's 10,000 meter trophy presentation, in which Ian Lemire, with a miraculous recovery in the last less than 100 meters, wins the men's 10K for the third year in a row, just beating out his conference foe Darren Lau. Taryn Cordani from Ithaca won the women's 10K earlier, so Wisconsin Platteville and Ithaca right now the top two teams on the men's and women's sides respectively. But of course, with only one event having completed, we'll see those scores altered throughout the course of the weekend. First place finishes are critical though. Anytime you can pick up 10 points in an event, you are drastically helping your overall team score. All right, so our next four competitors being called to the starting line here. Again, Megan Merritz in lane 2, Allison Rich in lane 4, Laura Eschens lane 6, Shayna Held in lane 8. Tough to see some of those with the umbrellas popping up, but they will run out of your screen here momentarily. Slow start in lane 2 for Moritz. Shayna Held from Geneseo off to a good start. Right now, Laura Eschens has the lead. Leaning at the tape, Shayna Held wins the heat. Looks like Eschens came right on her heels. 14.96. Wow. Easily the best time we've seen so far in this event. Goes without saying, Shayna Held was running away from the finish line with a pretty big smile on her face. So Held, Eschens, Rich, and Meritz finish out section 4. Two more heats conclude the opening event. Angela Morrison, the senior from Albion, about to compete. St. Benedict Junior Megan Sundstrom, St. Scholastica senior Hannah Russert, and University of Chicago junior Olivia Katow. There are a pair of St. Benedict young ladies that are competing here in the heptathlon this weekend. Right now, Shayna Held in first place in the heptathlon, the only one to break the 15-second mark. Laura Eschens is actually in second place, even though she finished second in her heat. Megan Meritz in third, finishing third in her heat a moment ago as well. Get a good look from the opposite side here. All right, everybody taking the starting line. Get a look there at Megan Sundstrom. Angela Morrison standing to her left, your right on the screen. Olivia Katow from Chicago had the fastest seed time at 14:98. Great start from Sundstrom as she goes exploding out of the gates. Morrison on the far side. This is Katow leaping over the last hurdle and leaning for the finish. Katow and Russert 1-2 in that event. Katow ran with a 15:28 and a Russert 15:32. Angela Morrison 15:68. And Megan Sundstrom, who again had a great start, finishes 15:97. Seven events total for the women's heptathlon. Right now it's Shayna Held, SUNY Geneseo, who's off to the fastest start. She qualified for nationals. A good performance at the Omianza final qualifier last weekend. And with that, we welcome in our final section. Final four competitors. Kylie Bartlett, the top-seeded women's heptathlete. Courtney Soule, Allison Smith, and Jenna Anthanasopoulos. Kylie Bartlett is a sophomore. The other three young ladies, all seniors. Allison Smith ran the fastest seed time, 13.86. She is lightning quick, and she is used to running hurdles for Redlands. Just to give you an idea at how this would compare to the 100 hurdles not in the heptathlon. Last year, the winning time for the national championship, Baldwin Wallace's Melanie Winters ran the 100-meter hurdles in 13:78. Allison Smith's 13:86 would have given her second best in the whole country. So keep your eye on Allison Smith here. One of the fastest hurdlers in the nation. Smith is front and center in your screen there. Senior from Redlands. start for Smith. Kylie Bartlett blasted out of the gates as well. Smith and Bartlett. Allison Smith and Kylie Bartlett. 1-2 right at the finish line. And it's Allison Smith in 14:39, beating Kylie Bartlett by 5/100ths of a second. Courtney Soul, 15:17, and Jenna Denisopoulos with a 15:35 from Colby finishes in 4th. So even though Allison Smith was slower than her seed time, she is still in first place at the conclusion of our final section. Only 3 runners broke the 15-second mark in the hurdles. Allison Smith in first, Kylie Bartlett in second, and Shayna Held in 3rd place after the opening event for our heptathlon. With that, we'll step aside and we'll bring you more coverage here of the Division III NCAA Outdoor National Championships in just a few minutes.
To our fans and contestants, the Heptathlon high jump will begin at 12:15. Heptathlon high jump, 12:15, and will be contested indoors in the field house.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, here on the Decathlon men's long jump between both flights. Your top performers so far: Noah Avery from Lewis Clark, the sophomore, 6.65 meters, 21 feet, 9 3/4. Also Jeremy Lee, sophomore from Wisconsin Stevens Point, 6.65 meters, 21 feet, 9 3/4. Check. Here's an update on the women's discus. Heading into round 3 of flight 2. It's still Gabby Cole, senior from Hamline. Once again, we are in round 3 of flight 2 for the women's discus.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please direct your attention to the podium. We have awards to give out for the men's 10,000 meter run. Here are our finalists in the men's 10,000 meter run. Finishing in 8th place, a sophomore from RIT, Otto Kingstedt. On the other end of the podium in 7th, Andrew Philippos, a junior from Calvin. Our 6th place finisher, a junior from Washington University, David O'Gara. In 5th, a senior from Mount Union, Alex Wilson. Our 4th place finisher, a senior from Tufts, Tim Nichols. Our third place finisher, a sophomore from RPI, Grant O'Connor. The runner-up for the 2017 NCAA Division III Championships, a junior from Wisconsin Eau Claire, Darren Lau. And winning his third straight men's 10,000 meter run championship, Ian Lemire, a senior from Wisconsin Platteville, with a new stadium record time of 29 minutes 18.92 seconds. Ian Lemire, your champion. Congratulations to all 8 of our gentlemen on the podium this afternoon.
The results of the heptathlon hurdles have arrived. We will give you the top 4. We'll give you the top 4. In fourth place was St. Thomas Jr., Laura Eichens at 15:07. In third was State University of New York Genesco sophomore Shayna Held at 14.96. And second was Rochester sophomore Kylie Bartlett at 14.44. And your top finisher in the heptathlon hurdles was Redlands senior Allison Smith. Allison's time was 14.39, and that was worth 924 points. Again, you can check complete results, paper copies if you like, at the entrance to the fuel cafeteria. You can also check them on your smartphone or your iPad at results.deltatiming.com. Results.deltatiming.com. You can check all the results at that location. We are just a few moments away from the start of event number 27 in your program. That is the women's pole vault. That will be conducted indoors. The women's pole vault will be conducted indoors. And here are the athletes who are going to compete today. The Division III record is 4.21 meters by Catherine Pittman of Ithaca in 2016. Here are the athletes participating in the women's pole vault, and they include the defending champion, the runner-up, and the sixth-place finisher from last year. So the women's vault is going to be a very exciting event. The contestants are Linfield sophomore Olivia McDaniel, Westminster senior Brooke Mancuso, Southern Maine senior Molly Gabalt, Center junior Sarah Hayhurst, who finished sixth in the vault last year, Ohio Northern sophomore Madison Reed, Ithaca freshman Bethany Cripps, Westminster senior Cassidy Shepard, Otterbein junior Harmony Colling, Carnegie Mellon senior Grace Yee, Smith College junior Zoe Rubenstein, Claremont sophomore Jacqueline Desmond, Stockton junior Caitlin Derman, Loris senior Elizabeth Brandenburg. Elizabeth was the national runner-up last year in the pole vault. MIT freshman Carrie Stromhaug, Washington University sophomore Heidi Nassus, MIT senior Jennifer Tylock, Otterbein senior Jenna Diorico, Westminster senior Marissa Kelsey, Westminster junior Haley Hall. The athlete to watch over there in the pole vault will be the defending champion, jersey 232. That's Ithaca junior Catherine Pittman. She was the national champion last year. Illinois Wesleyan senior Jamie Gradishar and St. Benedict senior London Stelton. Those are the athletes participating in the women's pole vault, which is going to start momentarily indoors.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your update on women's discus. The top 9 participants advanced to the finals. Here are the Bridgewater, Virginia. Amanda Strupp from Wisconsin Whitewater. Ariel Slutsky from MIT. Alante Slowick from Carthage. Young, Carthage. Wisconsin Stout. Brandy Smith from Ithaca, who has the top throw going into the final. 63 feet, 9 inches. The finals will the women's discus in approximately 20 minutes.
We are just a few moments away from the beginning of event number 41. That's the Heptathlon high jump. That will be starting at 12:15. Our contestants are Southern Maine senior Hannah Dameron, Wheaton junior Nicole Kitchen, University of Chicago junior Olivia Catal, Hanover senior Savannah Hubbard, Colby senior Jenna Athanasopoulos, Concordia Moorhead Jr., Michaela Fornes, St. Benedict sophomore, Jenna Degan, Cornell College Jr., Libby Shore, St. Scholastica Senior, Hannah Russert, St. Thomas, Minnesota Jr., Lauren Eichens, Rochester sophomore, Kylie Bartlett, State University of New York, Janesco sophomore, Shayna Held, Redlands senior, Allison Smith, George Fox sophomore, Annie Wright, Hope junior, Allison Rich, Wartburg senior, Courtney Soley, St. Benedict junior, Megan Sundstrom, Albion senior, Angela Morrison, University of Chicago freshman, Laura Darcy, Wisconsin Stephen Point freshman, Sylvianne Momont, Christopher junior, Brianna Sutton, and Wisconsin Platteville senior, Megan Maritz.
To our athletes and our fans, the decathlon shot put will start at 12:40. 12:40, the start time for the decathlon shot put.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's your update on women's discus. We are now in round 2 of the finals. Your winner, the senior from Ithaca, Brandy Smith, with a throw of 163 feet 9 inches. Once again, we are in round 2 of the finals for the women's discus.
It's going on 12:40. The men's decathlon shot put will begin at 12:40. We've completed 2 of the 10 events in the men's decathlon. The long jump completed earlier. Our top 8 competitors in the decathlon through 2 events. In 8th, Connor Christofferson, 1,417 points. Noah Avery, 1,419 points. 6th, Andrew Bartnett, 1,425 points. Dylan Cooper, 1,427 points. Nate Newman in 4th at this point, 1,452 points. Kevin Salveson, 1,462 points. Tommy Riley, 1,489 points, is in 2nd at this point, and Tobias Muellers of Williams, our leader through 2 events, 1,554 points.
Ladies and gentlemen, here is your update on women's discus. Into round 3 of the finals. Your leader is still senior Brandy Smith from Ithaca with a throw of 163 feet, 9 inches. Once again, we are in round 3 finals of the women's discus.
Check, check, test.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's the men's discus. Following the finals, your champion is Brandy Smith, a senior from Ithaca, with 163 feet, 9 inches.
I'll come and get him.
Our next field event is the men's discus. We will have 2 flights of competitors today. We'll introduce you to both flights. The first flight is here on the competition area. The second flight will be coming out at the conclusion of the first flight. The best 9 throws will advance to the finals. Our top 9 throwers will go to the finals and then compete in reverse order. The Division III National Championship record held by Carter Camito from Whitworth, May 2013, 60.38 meters. The stadium record here at Spire, 53.94 meters. Competing today in our first flight, Legend Boyson, a junior from Christopher. Caleb Dalzell, a sophomore from George Fox. Brendan Burrows, a junior from Christopher. Ethan Ellers, a junior from Augustana. David Kornack, a sophomore from Wisconsin Eau Claire. Josh Himes, a junior from Rose Hallman. Julio Perez, a freshman from Wisconsin Whitewater. Kyle Nowak, a junior from Wisconsin Stevens Point. Jared Lincoln, a senior from Hendricks. And Nick Colby, a sophomore from John Carroll. In our second flight, Anthony Tyler, a senior from Hamline. Matt Love, a junior from Trinity. Cameron Yan, a sophomore from Penn State Harrisburg. Cameron, our 3rd place finisher last year in this event. Glenn Coles, a senior from Rowan. Theron Bowman, a junior from Wisconsin Whitewater. Theron was our runner-up in 2016 in this event. Richard Bratton, a junior from MIT. Sam Weeks, a senior from Worcester State. Alex Link was on the podium last year in 7th. He's a junior from Dubuque. Adadir Fekarede, a junior from Bates, and Ryan Jagovian, a junior from Aurora. Those are your competitors in the men's discus. Our next field event will also be the men's long jump. Men's long jump also having 2 flights of jumpers. We will cut to our final 9 for the finals, which will be competed in reverse order. The Division III championship record, 7.82 meters, set by David Boyd from Fisk in 1974. The stadium record here at Spire, 7.47 meters. Our first flight will feature Connor White, a sophomore from St. Thomas. Marquise Riddick, a junior from Brockport State. Hayden Snow, a freshman from John Carroll. Mackenzie James, a sophomore from Wisconsin Stevens Point. Evan Truman, a senior from Lynchburg. Jacob Segrest, a senior from Milliken. Gabriel Spivey, a sophomore from Concordia of Texas. Trent Kohler, a freshman from Nebraska Wesleyan. Jared Williams, a senior from Greenville. And Justice Pollitt, a senior from Rowan. That's your first flight of 2. We'll introduce you to the second flight when they come out for competition.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the podium for our next award presentation. This is event number 35 in your program, the Women's Discus. Finishing in 8th place was Wisconsin Stout Junior Heidi Leefort, 143 feet 8 inches. Across the podium in 7th, that goes to Otterbein sophomore Emily Finnegan, 143 feet 8 inches. 6th place, MIT Junior Ariella Slutsky, 144 feet and 9 inches. Taking 5th, Carthage Senior Morgan Young at 147 feet and 4 inches. In 4th place, Bridgewater, Virginia Senior Caitlin Senger, 147 feet and 9 inches. 3rd place, Hamelin Senior Gabby Cole, 151 feet and 1 inch. The national runner-up is Carthage Junior Elanta Slowick, 154 feet even. And how about the young lady who's about to step to the top of the podium for the 3rd consecutive year? She was the national champion in 2015. She was the national champion in 2016. And now, once again as a senior, she does it again. Her winning throw, 160 feet, 5 inches. Congratulations to 3-time national champion Ithaca senior Brandy Smith. Congratulations to all of our athletes who participated in the Women's Discus. Special congratulations to our 3-time national champion, Brandy Smith of Ithaca.
Yeah, they're kind of both going on. Which one?
Ladies and gentlemen, here is the update on the women's pole vault. The bar is currently at 3.80 meters, 12 feet 5.5 inches. 20 athletes still remain. Once again, that's for the women's pole vault. The bar is at now 3.80 meters, 12 feet 5.5 inches. Also an update for the women's high jump in the heptathlon. The bar is now at 1.61 meters, 5 feet 3.5 inches. 6 athletes remain in that competition as well. Once again, that's for the women's high jump in the heptathlon. Bar is now at 1.61 meters, 5 feet 3.5 inches. 6 athletes remain.
camera 3 needs some help. Yeah, the makeshift thing is falling off. Tape is in the tent.
Yeah, I don't know if tape is going to do it, though. That's the problem. Because it's so soaked.
What's that?
We don't have another bag. So the tape is in the tent?
Yeah.
Not going to work.
They just start falling down. It's just like, oh no. You probably need to take this down somewhere to get some controls.
Can you work on this since you have a camera on? Thank you. Guys. They would come in handy at all. Alright.
This Zoom has no touch on it.
What's that?
The Zoom has no touch on it. It's
No.
like basically flat. It's like you press it and it's just whoop,
Away
like,
it goes.
It's just getting soaked.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even going to stick anymore.
I mean, I can't have it all. I have to have it sitting like that.
Yeah.
As long as it's, I mean, as long as it's there, I guess that'll work. But need to adjust things. I don't have time.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on the men's long jump. We're in flight one of 2 flights, heading to round 3. Your leader with a jump of 7.04 meters, 23 feet, 1/4 inch, Jacob Seagrass, the senior from Milliken. Once again, that is flight one of 2 flights in the men's long jump.
Attention, we need a medical personnel to the long jump area. Medical personnel to the long jump area, please. Once again, a trainer or a medical personnel to the long jump area.
He found us.
I was walking out here with Caitlin and Erica, and they were like, look, there's one set of loyal fans here. We're like, those are my parents.
Sorry, someone bumped me else.
So I like being outside so I can see the I had a good one.
The way the zoom is, it's kind of flat, so it either goes or it doesn't go.
Our first flight of the long jump is complete. Our second flight is warming up, or will be warming up momentarily. Competing in our second flight today, Matt Fleming, a freshman from Benedictine of Illinois. Jermaine Stevens, a junior from Sul Ross State. Jeffrey John Tucker, a junior from Rowan. Mark Van Martyr, a junior from St. John Fisher. Michael Witchin, a senior from St. Thomas of Minnesota. Triff Bish, a freshman from Elms. Devlin Williams, a junior from Cortland State. Darius Adams, a junior from the United States Coast Guard Academy. Roman Hill, a sophomore from Benedictine. And Jerry Williams, a senior from Wisconsin, Stevens Point. Jerry Williams finishing 4th in this event last year. Jeffrey John Tucker 5th. That's your second flight of the men's long jump.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's an update on the men's discus. The third round, your leader will be a throw of 48.32 meters, 158 feet, 6 1/4 inches. Sophomore from George Fox. Once again, that is flight 1 of 2 flights for the men's discus.
I'm out on one. Yep. Now I'm over on one. Got a few umbrellas that moved in the next one, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that if you are able, would you please rise and remain standing as we take a moment to honor the United States of America and her armed forces who keep us free. The flag is located on the radio board.
Welcome back inside our day-long coverage of the opening day of the Division III National Track and Field Championships from the Spire Institute in Geneva, Ohio. I'm Brendan Gulick. Thanks for tuning in here this morning. We've had some off and on coverage of our field events this morning just based on the geographic layout of where some of that stuff has been actually placed. We haven't been able to get you live shots of all of it, and on top of that, we've had some steady rain here this morning, which has forced a couple of the events inside across the way, and so we were not able to bring you those as well, but we can certainly give you the results that we do have. We had two races this morning. Both the women and the men ran the 10,000 meter race, and Ithaca is off to a great start on the ladies' side, the number 4 team in the country, with Taryn Cordani winning the 10K. It's her first national championship. Ian Lemire won the men's 10K and grabbed the national title for the 3rd consecutive year for Wisconsin Platteville. As we transition now to the track for the remainder of the day, we will start with our prelims for the 4x100 meter relay. We will start here in heat number 1. We have 2 total heats and a total of 18 schools that are represented here. You get a look there at the national championship meet record, 46 and change. Some schools to watch. Wisconsin Eau Claire, the number 1 seed. They're in lane 9 here. Even though they're the number 1 seed, they didn't qualify for the prelims last year. Keep your eye on Aurora in lane 6 and in Wartburg in lane 7 as well. The anchor leg for Wisconsin Eau Claire is senior Jessie Reinick. She was the WEAC champion in the 400, 200, and the anchor leg on championship 4x1 and 4x4 teams. So she is definitely a good closer for Wisconsin Eau Claire. Wheaton will race in lane 2, SUNY Geneseo lane 3, Southern Maine is in lane 4, Emory in lane 5, mentioned Aurora is in lane 6, Wartburg in lane 7, the University of Chicago is in lane 8, and Wisconsin Eau Claire in lane 9. We'll have 2 total heats with these 18 teams. The top 2 from each heat and the next best 5 times total will advance to the final, which will take place Saturday at 12:05 p.m. Looks like we're about ready to go. Again, Wisconsin Eau Claire is the favorite. They are on the very far outside lane. Kelsey Warachek will get them started. Wartburg, an All-American performance in this event last year as well, in lane 7. There was either a timing malfunction or a false start. The gun went off more than once. Had a couple of problems during the men's 10K as well. And I think that the issue with the gun may be more related to the water that has kind of built up a little bit over time. I'm not sure that that was a false start. It may have been more of a technical error. So we'll have a little bit of time here while those young ladies will walk back to their starting spots. They'll have to rerun their 100 meters. Mentioned Wisconsin Eau Claire's Kelsey Warachek leads them off. Claire Fisher and Jess Ruppnow will be the middle 2 legs. Jessie Reinick on the back end. SUNY Geneseo got a couple of big points early on. We'll see how they shake out. Hannah Madden, Camille Watts, Alexa Wandy, and Lauren Bamford will run the 4x1 for the Knights. Danny Bland, the second leg of Emory's 4x1. She's one to keep your eye on. Danny Bland, one of the best sprinters in the country. The top 4 qualifying schools, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Rowan, Mount Union, and Aurora, all broke 47 seconds. They were the only 4 schools to do so. All right, so we are ready to go for the second time, and hopefully this will not be another gun malfunction. Again, Eau Claire in lane 9, Aurora lane 6, Wartburg lane 7. Those would be your favorites here in heat number 1. And we're good. Nice start on the outside by Kelsey Warchek, looking for a clean handoff to Claire Fisher. And Fisher is off and running. Great closing speed by Mary Martin, the freshman from the University of Chicago. As we enter the final third, Wartburg and Aurora both keeping pace as best they can. This is Tessa Helmley, the senior from Wartburg, making a nice turn. It is still Eau Claire in the lead as we come to the final 100. Jesse Reinick trying to close it out for Eau Claire and push them into the title. Aurora's Datirika Simpkins, the junior, starting to pull away. Eau Claire in lane 9, Simpkins in lane 6. Those two go 1-2. 46.95 the winner, and it is Wisconsin Eau Claire winning heat number 1. Aurora in heat number 1 comes in second with a 46.96. Wartburg is in at 47.3. Most likely Southern Maine and University of Chicago will see their opportunity come to a close. So guaranteed, the top two move on, and that's Wisconsin, Eau Claire, and Aurora. They are on to the championship tomorrow. I beg your pardon, championship on Saturday at 12:05. Well, this is the second of our 2 heats. Brockport State lane 2, Mount Union lane 3, Rowan lane 4. Buffalo State's in lane 5, Redlands in lane 6, UMass Boston in lane 7, lane 8, Wisconsin Lacrosse, lane 9, Wisconsin Whitewater. The 2016 champion in this event was Wisconsin Oshkosh. They did not qualify this year. The 2 most likely favorites are in lanes 3 and 4, Mount Union and Rowan. Mount Union has the top 3 100-yard dash champions, I should say 100-meter dash champions in the Ohio Athletic Conference, running in their second, third, and fourth legs. Dejanay Johnson, Katie Gadecki, and Rachel Adams. Marissa Rinaldi, the senior, will run the opening leg for Mount Union. Rowan finished in 3rd place last year. They were All-Americans, and they check in as the 2 seed, a qualifying time of 46.77 last weekend at the Oneonta final qualifier. The only newcomer on this team from Lawrence is Nia Lawrence. I should say the only newcomer on this team from Rowan is Nia Lawrence. The other 3 were all part of last year's 3rd place team. Buffalo State came in 5th place last year, but they have 4 new runners. So it's been maybe a show of depth for Buffalo State, but they're going to need a nice performance. And Wisconsin Lacrosse last year was the national runner-up, but only have 1 runner returning. That's Courtney Purcell, the senior, in the first leg. So Purcell will be in lane 8, the second to the top of your screen. Mount Union in purple there in lane 3 on the bottom of your screen, with Rowan in lane 4. Those are definitely 2 to watch out for. Top 2 advance to Saturday. If you're not in the top 2, you definitely want to be in the 3 spot to guarantee yourself a good chance at qualifying Saturday. And they're off. Marissa Rinaldi, good start for Mount Union. Wisconsin Whitewater's Chelsea Bentz with a nice opening 100, as was Courtney Purcells for Wisconsin Lacrosse. Wow, look at Lacrosse and Whitewater race out on the outside. Good handoff from Waddle Jonathas, the best sprinter in the country from UMass Boston, as they come into the final 100. Way out front in lane 3, Mount Union. Whitewater trying to close the gap. They look like they're in second. Buffalo State with a good showing. And it was Rowan, who I believe came in last place. Mount Union wins the heat. They are guaranteed to go on. Second place, Wisconsin Lacrosse. Time still coming across. Out on our live leaderboard across the way here. Mount Union with a time of 46.53. They will be seated first in Saturday's championship race. Looks like Redlands came in second place, so Redlands is moving on. Still waiting on the final time for Wisconsin Whitewater. Those are some happy Purple Raiders. So Mount Union 46.53 with the fastest qualifying time, followed by Wisconsin Eau Claire and Aurora. Those were the only three to break 47 seconds in qualifying. Take a look at the schedule while we wait on the official results for the schools that will compete on Saturday. The men's 4x100 will come up here within the next 7 to 8 minutes as they get ready for their preliminary races. We can tell you for sure that Mount Union, Wisconsin Whitewater, Wisconsin Eau Claire, and Aurora have all come in the top 2. We will wait for the official results for the next 5. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we will give you those final results and get you ready for the men's 4x100 meter relay. Our coverage of the National Track and Field Championships continues from Geneva next on NCAA.com. There you get a look at the women's 4x100 meter relay prelim times. You'll notice that at the top of that page of the leaderboard, Redlands and Wisconsin Lacrosse both with a 47.55. We'll have to figure out what the tiebreaker is because the top 9 advance, so all 8 on that first page will race on Saturday's championship run, 12:05 p.m. for the national championship in the women's 4x100 meter relay. Got a couple events now that have completed, so we'll take a look at our standings as things currently sit. And Ithaca College on the ladies' side has gotten off to a really nice start. 2 national champions, one in on the track and one in the field. Brandy Smith won the women's discus earlier today. She is now a 3-time national champion in that event. And Taryn Cordani is the 10K champion in the very first event of these games here this weekend. So you can see now as the men's 4x100 meter relay teams get ready, the finals for this event will be Saturday at 12:15. Last year's champion, the Wesley Wolverines, ran the second best time in Division III history and ran a championship meet record 40.01 seconds. You see Sul Ross State, the top qualifying time, they'll be in lane 6. Just as we had in the women's event, here in the men's event, it'll be a similar scenario where the top 2 from each heat will advance, and then the next 5 best overall times will move on to Saturday's championship. Texas Lutheran in lane 2, Wisconsin Whitewater lane 3, John Carroll's in lane 4, UMass Boston lane 5, Sul Ross State lane 6, Occidental is in lane 7, Wisconsin Lacrosse in lane 8, and Birmingham Southern in lane 9. This is an event that has traditionally been dominated by Wisconsin Lacrosse. They were the national runner-up in 2016. They were the national champions in 2014. This particular event has also been dominated historically by Mount Union. They've won 3 national championships here in this event. But it's Sul Ross State who has taken a lot of the credit here because they ran a 40.52 last weekend. So they qualify with the fastest qualifying time. Last year they finished 12th out of 14, but this year a little bit of a different story. Jermaine Stevens runs the opening leg for them. He was the American Southwest Conference champion in the 100-meter dash. Keep your eye, too, on Texas Lutheran. They are so fast. 40.97 qualifying time. Marquise Brown will run their anchor leg. He and Darren Jones both ran the 3rd best time ever in the 100-meter dash in conference down at the SCACs earlier this year. Marquise Brown, the South-Southeast region 2017 track athlete of the year. He is one of the top-ranked sprinters in the country. In fact, he's the top-ranked 400-meter dash Division III sprinter. And he is the record holder in their conference in 4 different events. So Marquise Brown, who closes for Texas Lutheran, really dangerous. John Carroll in lane 4, they actually just qualified last week at the Great Lakes Last Chance meet hosted by Ohio Wesleyan down in Delaware, Ohio. They were the runner-up in the OAC, losing to Mount Union, who will race in heat number 2. Wisconsin Whitewater did not finish at the 2017 WEAC with this particular group, but Parker Witt, one of the fastest in the country, he'll close for them. This could be 2 really fun heats, but hard to tell who would really have the advantage. Everybody seems to have gotten out of the gate pretty well. Birmingham Southern in lane 9, especially Jalen Howley. John Carroll in lane 4, good clean handoff from Wyrick to Jonathan Radney. As Damian Mitchell, the junior from Birmingham Southern, goes flying down the second stretch. Texas Lutheran on the inside, hands it off to Bryce Johnson. He's the 100-meter champion in their conference, and he is zipping around the turn. But coming into the final stretch, it's Wisconsin Lacrosse handing to Joe Koenigke. This Wisconsin Lacrosse team was their 3rd best 4x1 team this year, though this was the team that won the WEAC title. Wisconsin Lacrosse appears to have crossed first, with Wisconsin Whitewater coming in 2nd place. They are both headed to Saturday's championship round. Texas Lutheran in third. They finished with 41.2. Occidental 41.26. They're in fourth. Sul Ross State, the top seed, and Birmingham Southern both ran 41.30. John Carroll nipped UMass Boston, who with a 44.57. They'll see their season likely come to a close. So we know for sure that Wisconsin Lacrosse and Wisconsin Whitewater are both on to Saturday's championship. Outside of that, we'll have to wait and see how it shakes out. But it's going to give us a chance to take a look at the second heat. And the second heat also features some blazing fast speed. Benedictine, the number 2 seeded team. These are the 4 fastest runners in the NACC. Matt Fleming, Jalen Griffin, Jahaven Hay, and Calvin Jordan. Those 4 who run this race. They went 1, 2, 3, 4 in the NACC meet. By the way, they also had the 5th fastest runner in the 100-meter dash in the conference as well. So this is Benedictine's best shot, and they are one of the fastest in the country. They're in lane 2. Rowan in lane 3, Dior Hightower and David Benjamin. Their first and final legs are both tremendous sprinters. Nebraska Wesleyan in lane 4. Redlands just qualified. They ran this time last week, 41.07. They're in lane 5. Wesley, the reigning champions, they have 2 of the 4 from last year, back in 2017, though they are seeded 14th here for this national meet. Milliken will be in lane 7, Tufts in lane 8, and the Mount Union Purple Raiders in lane 9. And this is a very quick team for Mount Union. Lou Berry will run the opening 100 meters. The 2017 OAC champ in both the 100 and the 200. He's a defensive back for the 12-time national champion Mount Union football team. This is actually not the Mount Union group, though, that won the OAC title. Josh Weber, the second leg, takes Jalen McGill's spot. Andrew Shrewsbury and Connor Troyer will still run in legs 3 and 4 for Mount Union. So Benedictine on the inside, Mount Union on the outside. They are favorites, along with Wesley in lane 6. Top 2 will join Wisconsin Lacrosse and Wisconsin Whitewater on Saturday, along with the next 5 best overall times between the 2 heats. If it comes down to the end, Matt Fleming for Benedictine, David Benjamin for Rowan, probably the 2 best sprinters in the back legs. Good clean start, and heat number 2 off and running. Blazing speed for Mount Union. Nice closing from Anthony Kardonsky from Tufts in lane 8. He is outrunning Josh Weber from Mount Union. Good clean handoff. Milliken's Christian Zenon coming around. On the inside lane, Benedictine is having a tremendous race. Matt Fleming. Calvin Jordan called it early, and Matt Fleming could moonwalk to the finish line. An easy win for Benedictine. Not even close. They won by almost a full second. Milliken coming in second. Rowan came in third. So Benedictine and Milliken are both headed to the national championship on Saturday, and we'll have to wait and see how all the times shake out here in just a moment in order to tell you who else will be going. Benedictine will be the first seed. Then it's Wisconsin Lacrosse, Wisconsin Whitewater, followed by Texas Lutheran. Those are your top 4. Milliken at 41.22 will be the 5th seed. Rowan 41.23 will be the 6th seed. Occidental 41.26. And Sul Ross State, the #1 qualifying team, tied with Birmingham Southern at 41.30. So they will be the final 2 into the field. Birmingham Southern, actually I beg your pardon, Birmingham Southern is tied for 9th with Sul Ross State, but I believe the tiebreaker goes to Sul Ross State because they had the faster qualifying time. We'll verify that for you along the way when we find out for sure. But those are your schools that will advance. Mount Union, a disappointing race, 42.03. Admittedly, I don't think Lou Berry actually ran that opening leg. I wonder if there was some mix-up. I'm 99% sure that it was a different young guy who was running for Mount Union. So we'll have to keep our eye on that. But the Purple Raiders go home prematurely in the 4x1. So now that the 4x1 relays are done, we will roll into our coverage of the 1,500-meter dash. In the indoor track and field season, they run the mile. In the outdoor, they run the 1,500. We'll take a break before we dive into the women's 1,500. 4x1 prelims are done. We'll come back with more coverage here in just a minute on NCAA.com. Our coverage continues of the NCAA's Track and Field Championships. We just finished up our preliminary races for both the women and men's 4x100 meter dash. And we are about to get going with the 1,500 meter prelims. All of the track races today and tomorrow are preliminary races, setting up for a long, exciting day on Saturday. The only exception was this morning's 10K. There is no prelim for the 10K. Ithaca's Taryn Cordani won on the ladies' side. And in one of the more exciting finishes, you'll see the men's 10K was decided by 0.04 seconds. Three-time now reigning national champion Ian Lemire just nipped Darren Lau, a conference foe from Wisconsin Eau Claire. So there you go on that. In the meantime, there you get a look at the top-ranked programs in Division III. Washington University won its first ever national championship during the indoor season. They are the heavy favorites, but they haven't really had anybody compete yet, and Ithaca is off to a great start with 2 first-place finishes. So Ithaca is off and running here well. The women's 1,500. It'll get underway here officially in just about 5 minutes. But the finals for the women's 1,500 are set for Saturday at 12:25. 12:25 Saturday afternoon. Look at the preview there. Emily Richards from Ohio Northern, the top qualifier, and let's just call it like we see it. She is the clear-cut favorite here in this race. Emily Richards, you could make the argument, no matter if it's Division III, 1, or 2, or any combination, she might be the fastest young lady in the country in middle distance. Richards beat a lot of Division I competitors earlier this year when she was racing out at the Mount Sac Relays and at the Long Beach State Beach Invitational. It was at that Invitational when she ran a 4:21.19 which was the 6th fastest time in Division III history. And she is the top seed here in this race. She was the indoor champion in the mile. Emily Richards will run in heat number 2. Our competitors in heat 1, St. Norbert Junior Taylor Domro, Calvin sophomore Catherine Diekema, a freshman from Oberlin, Shannon Wargo, Haverford Junior Katie Sullivan, a senior from let's see here, Connecticut College, that's Isabella Franz, Middlebury senior Sasha Whittle, Brandeis sophomore Emily Bryson, Kayla Leland, a junior from Whitworth. She is one of the top competitors, along with Bryn McKillop from Claremont Mudd Scripps. Julissa Tobias and Anna Harleen round out our competitors in Heat 1. Kayla Leland is seeded 3rd, Bryn McKillop seeded 4th. They will be your top 2 competitors here in Heat 1.
Okay, Blue, come on.
1,500 meter dash is 3.5 laps around the track. You can see the young ladies, well, I guess I should specify, it's actually just over 3.5 laps. 3.5 laps would be 1,400. They will run basically 3 3/4 laps as they start in the far corner from our finish line. Our 2016 champion was Katie McMiniman, a senior from Swarthmore. She ran a 4:24.33. So to give you an idea, Emily Richards and Maya Weigel, a senior from Pomona-Pitzer, those two had qualifying times this year that were faster than last year's national champion. But Maya Weigel is not competing in this event. Even though she's the 2nd fastest 1,500 meter runner this year, she owns the fastest 5K time this year. And she was the national runner-up in this event last year. You can only imagine that she is not running in the 1,500 this year to maybe conserve her energy for a 5K. We'll see what happens there. But she was an All-American in the 1,500 and 5K last year, and she is this year's SCIAC Athlete of the Year. It's a little disappointing that Maya Weigel will not be running here in the 1,500. I mentioned Shannon Wargo from Oberlin. She's here in this opening heat. Her run into the Nationals is pretty incredible. In her last chance, she shaved off almost 10 full seconds to leap to the number 11 seed at the meet. Amazing. Her previous best time was 4:42.12, but she ran it 4:32.86, which was 2 seconds better than what she needed to get into the national meet. So Shannon Wargo really did run the race of her life in order to qualify for the national meet. Best of luck to her as she runs here in the prelim here this afternoon. Public address announcer is introducing all of the ladies to our patrons, most of them who are draped under umbrellas on this fairly cool and very wet Cleveland afternoon. Runners taking their marks, and heat number 1 of the 1,500 is underway. Good start for Kayla Leland, who right away leads the pack. Taylor Domro also in that bright neon jersey on the inside. The junior from St. Norbert in De Pere, Wisconsin, off to a good start too. Kayla Leland, a junior from Whitworth, ran a school record 4:27.25. The 3rd best time in the country this year. She's from Spokane, Washington, and she's done a great job, not just in this race, but she's also will compete in the 800 and in the 5K. She was a D3 All-American in cross country, and she was an All-American in the indoor 800 and the indoor mile this year. So she is having a heck of a junior year in the Pacific Northwest. She is out in front here in heat number 1. The way this will work between our two heats, the top 4 runners from each heat will advance to Saturday's final, plus the next 4 best times. So we'll have a total of 12 runners for Saturday's championship. The top 8 are classified as All-Americans. After about 450 meters of running, haven't had a whole lot of shifting at the front, though the back has moved around quite a bit. At the moment, it's Julissa Tobias from Whittier who is in the tail end of the pack. Still Leland out front, and with the number 11 on her on the left side of her jersey, that's Bryn McKillop from Claremont Mud Scripps. Leland and McKillop, the top 2 favorites. Taylor Domro racing well so far. Wargo from Oberlin, you can see her kind of trailing back in the pack a little bit as Sasha Whittle, the senior from Middlebury, moves up a bit. Katie Sullivan tied in along the railing, along with Emily Bryson from Brandeis. Wargo trying to make a little bit of a push. Two laps remaining. Kayla Leland still out in front. The stadium record at 4 minutes 26.24 seconds might be within reach for Leland or Emily Richards, who will run in the next heat. Starting to see some separation here now as Claremont Mud Scripps Jr. Bryn McKillop has really pulled away a bit. McKillop, the 4th seeded time in this event, and she must be feeling pretty good as the light rain begins to fizzle away. Only as we zoom out a little bit can you see the rest of the pack. Leland running well, but it's McKillop setting the pace as our runners will circle around one more time. Final lap. Remember, it's important to be in the top 4 if you want to qualify for Saturday. If you're not in the top 4, you've got to wait and see how things shake out in our second heat. McKillop is running away from the pack. Maybe she's giving a bit of a statement to Emily Richards, who will run in the next heat. McKillop has a lead of about 25 meters on the next closest competitors. Kayla Leland is still in second place. In fact, each of the next 3 are right there. Taylor Domro got off to a great start from St. Norbert's, but she's tailing off a bit. Down the final stretch they come. Bryn McKillop is going to win the 800-meter dash. It's being a little closer here toward the end. There are your top 4. Taylor Domro came in as quickly as she could. Emily Bryson from Brandeis finishing in the top 4, so she will move on. McKillop really just kind of slowed up at the end. It didn't really matter what your time was here, knowing that she is going to advance. Still waiting for the official results to be posted. So McKillop, Leland, Anna Harleen, and Emily Bryson are all moving on. Nice job by Harleen down in that second half of the race. Taylor Domro probably in pretty good shape at 4 minutes 34.23 seconds. Sasha Whittle, she'll have a chance as well. Shannon Wargo finished in last place, 4:45.66. Katie Sullivan finished in 8th at 4 minutes 38.97. All right, here's the next heat. We'll run through them for you. Stockton senior Cassandra Rusco. Virginia Wesleyan junior Marissa Coombs. Bates senior Jessica Wilson. Christopher Newport senior Logan Harrington. A junior from the University of Chicago. That's Megan Werner Christ. Katie Beecher, the freshman from MIT. Emory junior Gabrielle Stravach. A false start, so they'll all head on back. Junior from St. Louis, Megan Kellogg. Rochester senior Samantha Kitchen. Natalie Deacon, a freshman from Lynchburg. And Emily Richards, the junior from Ohio Northern. She is definitely the favorite in this race. Marissa Coombs from Virginia Wesleyan also has drawn some nice attention, even though she is seeded 15th. She was second in the mile at the 2017 National Indoor Meet, running a 4:54 mile. So we'll keep a close eye on her as things go along as well. There you see Emily Richards in the orange and black, second from the end on the outside there. Her signature event would be the 800. She has the D3 all-time record in the 800. And for Richards, I think it's about getting a start that makes her comfortable. And that one would qualify, considering she's out ahead of the pack. But she knows she can just kind of settle into a good pace. And as long as she qualifies, she doesn't really care necessarily what her time looks like at the preliminary heat number 2. Top 4 advance, along with Bryn McKillop, Kayla Leland, Anna Harleen, and Emily Bryson. And then the next 4 overall best times. Second place at the moment, Natalie Deacon from Lynchburg. And Cassandra Rusco, a senior from Stockton, hanging in there too. And see Marissa Coombs vying to get up a little further in the pack. Gabrielle Stravach right on Richards' tail. Logan Harrington bringing up the back of the pack, representing the captains of Christopher Newport University down in the greater Norfolk, Virginia area.
Let's go, Emmy!
Stravach hanging in there. 7th seeded overall time. She ran a 4.5 minute 1500 meter dash at the Dr. Keeler Track Invitational back on May 11th, a couple of weeks ago. In fact, it was 2 weeks ago today that she qualified for the national meet. Emily Richards is about as impressive as they come. And for the most part, you'll just kind of see her cruising along throughout the course of a race. She never really wants to give somebody else an opportunity, but she's going to run at what's comfortable for her. The difference is that when she gets to the last 200 meters or so, she can really turn it on. As Cassandra Rusco makes a nice little pass. 2 laps remaining for our group. After this race concludes, we'll have the men's 1500 meter dash before we get in to the 400 meter hurdle preliminary races. Hope you're enjoying our day 1 coverage. We'll be here all weekend at Spire Institute, a gorgeous facility and an officially licensed United States Olympic and Paralympic training facility. 45 miles east of downtown Cleveland. This will be a familiar sight the next several years, hosting meets both indoors and outdoors at times for the national championships. This is a world-class institution for sure. Meanwhile, as they come down the home stretch of what will be their penultimate lap, Emily Richards still leads the way. Cassandra Rusco is right on her heels. A little battle there going between 3rd and 5th places. Jessica Wilson from Bates College up in Maine. She makes the pass on the inside. And we are into our final lap. Richards has led from the outset. Rusco giving her a pretty good run for her money. Jessica Wilson starting to kick it into gear. You can kind of see in her face she's really exuding a lot of energy. Natalie Deacon has faded a bit from Lynchburg, but she is giving it all she can as our leaders head into their final 200. Good move by Marissa Coombs. She's trying to pass on the outside from Virginia Wesleyan. She is right there. The top 4 automatically advance. And here they come down the final stretch. Richards, you can see, lengthening her stride a bit. She is in first place with Bates College senior Jessica Wilson right behind her. In 3rd place, Marissa Coombs. And just a tie there, or I should say a touch at 4th. We'll have to wait and see how it all shakes out on the clock. The results coming in momentarily as the rain begins to fall again. Richards with the win. Natalie Deacon, great close. She has qualified for the championship finals. Strabach, who had a nice race, probably in good shape, but we'll wait and see how all of the heat results pan out. A good look at Richards, who ran a 4:31.13. That was 10 seconds slower than her qualifying time. There were 5 young ladies that all broke 4 minutes and 32 seconds and finished within 6/100ths of each other. They will all move on. Strabach moves on to Saturday. Megan Werner Christ moves on to Saturday. Cassandra Rusco moves to Saturday. And Taylor Domro from St. Norbert's just edges out Katie Botcher from MIT. Domro will move into Saturday's championship as well with the final qualifying time. All right, so that concludes the women's 1,500 meter. As the men get ready, you can see the long jump pits have actually been covered up because it has not stopped raining pretty much all day long. They have moved the long jump and the pole vault indoors across the way. So unfortunately, we won't have any footage of those events to give you, but we'll relay some results to you. If you want to follow the live results along with us, you can go online to results.deltatiming.com. It'll be enough to just give you a good idea how some things have gone. Other field events today will basically continue throughout the course of the day all the way up until 5 o'clock. As we get ready for the men's 1,500 meter, Isaac Garcia Casani, who is in this first heat, has the top qualifying time. 3:44.5 is the NCAA's championship record. The finals for this particular race will take place on Saturday at 12:35 p.m. Let's run through the field for you. Nick Mattiucci, a freshman from Washington University. Mattiucci with one of the top qualifying times, especially from a freshman. In fact, his was the fastest freshman time. Zach Mathiasen, a junior from Principia College. Haverford sophomore Greg Morgan. Tufts sophomore Christian Swenson. Christopher Newport senior Zachary Campbell. Bates College junior Jack Kiley as we get a false start. Claremont Mud Scripps Joshua Seeland. He's a senior and one of the best. Jeffrey Dover, a sophomore from Christopher Newport. Mason Hepner is a senior from Dickinson, and Isaac Garcia Casani, junior from Holbrook, New York. Goes to SUNY Geneseo. Joshua Seeland will also run in the 800-meter dash, one of the best in the country. He is the tallest of those in the field. He's on the outside at the outset. Zach Mathiasen also off to a good start. And Nick Mattiucci right behind him. Garcia Casani is in the white top and navy shorts with the long flowing dark hair. He's got number 10 on the top of his bib as he almost trips. He's able to keep his balance. You certainly don't want to trip and fall in a race where everybody is just about as quick as you are. You can see that Jack Kiley was kind of measuring the stride there of Mathiasen. But it's Seeland out front. 3 laps to go. Seeland is a 2-time All-American in this event, finishing 7th in 2016 and finishing in 6th place in 2015. Zach Mathiasen, the 15th best qualifying time, right now in 2nd place. Nice race so far from Jack Kiley. Garcia Casani, maybe not quite the start that he was hoping for, but he's starting to pull things together a little bit. Meanwhile, Dickinson senior Mason Hepner with a great move. He just passed several runners on this straightaway. He's all the way up into 2nd place, tucking in behind Seeland for the turn. 2 laps remaining.
Let's go, Nick! You got it, Nick! Come on, right, Nick!
Mathiasen has fallen all the way to the back of the pack, and you can tell he looks like he's hurting a little bit. Josh Seeland, he's got to be one of the tallest that we're going to see at any point throughout the course of the year. His bio on the Claremont Bud Scripps athletics page does not list his height. Usually you don't see too many guys that are that tall that run distance, but he certainly has done it well. From Portland, Oregon, the senior went to Jesuit High School. He was an engineering major at Harvey Mudd College. All of a sudden, Seeland is neck and neck with the favorite, Isaac Garcia Casani. And our racers go into their final lap.
Let's go, Nick!
Mason Hepner has fallen all the way back into last place after into 2nd place just a little while ago. Garcia Casani and Joshua Seeland at the lead of the pack. In 3rd place, Jeffrey Dover from Christopher Newport. Top 4 automatically go to Saturday's championship final. A late move from Christian Swenson from Tufts.
Hit the metal.
Here comes Nick Mattiucci, the freshman from Wash U.
Yeah, he literally turned his ankle on it and was off the track at one point.
Final straightaway.
He might get disqualified.
Garcia Casani and Seeland are right there. It comes to a sprint. Mattiucci trying to turn it on. Garcia Casani and Seeland neck and neck. And it will be Garcia Casani coming in 2nd. Our top 4 include Nick Mattiucci and the favorite, Isaac Garcia Casani. Joshua Seeland wins the prelim. He will move on along with Jeffrey Dover, the sophomore from Christopher Newport. They are all bound for Saturday's championship. Waiting for for the additional times to shake out, but I can tell you that those are definitely the top 4. There you go, Mattiucci at 49.92. Christian Swenson with a good close. He's probably in good shape. We'll have to see how the second heat closes out. Mason Hebner and Jack Kiley finish as the last 2 in their heat. They just didn't run the race they had hoped because at different points, both Kiley and Hebner found themselves very much in the front of the pack. So as our Heat 1 competitors walk off, slow their heart rates down a little bit, we get ready for our second heat at the men's 1500. And now we're going to hear from a couple of young men that run for St. Olaf, the school that has completely dominated this event.
It's so hard without bugs or Kelly.
Joe Coffey is a senior from Klamath Falls, Oregon. He runs for St. Olaf. Sean Bjork, a senior for St. Olaf. And Jacob Eggers, a senior for St. Olaf. They are all in this heat, along with Carnegie Mellon senior Owen Norley. Joe Zack, a junior from Wisconsin Oshkosh, as they get started. Carleton junior, Dowson Cook Gallardo. Allegheny junior, Carter Smith. A junior from Ramapo College, Jeremy Hernandez. Kyler Luke is a freshman from Wisconsin Eau Claire. And Matt Cooper, a senior from Wisconsin Eau Claire, round out heat number 2. It's Dowson Cook Gallardo from Carleton out to the good start. St. Olaf had 4 of the top 11 finishers in this race nationally last year. 4 of the top 11 in the country went to the same school. They have dominated this event. Jake Campbell and Paul Escher were the top couple nationally each of the last 2 years. In 2014, Escher was second, won the national championship in 2015, and then Escher was the runner-up again in 2016. Hard to miss the jersey of Joe Zack, the black and white checkered uniform from Wisconsin Oshkosh. As you can see, the intensity of the rain has really picked up. But Dowson Cook Gallardo still out front. Hernandez settling into second place. He's got the second overall seed time, 3:45.05. 12th at the 2016 national meet. He was an All-American in the mile this past winter, though, in the indoors. This is his 3rd consecutive outdoor national appearance. And even though he qualified with a 3:45.05, his career best 3:43.56 in this event is actually the 9th best ever in Division III. So we expect him to move on to Saturday as long as he continues to run a solid race. Carter Smith pulling up the back. Matt Cooper trying to make a move, but he's stuck there. Get back half of the pack. Cook Gallardo and Hernandez have been 1-2 basically the whole race. Joe Coffey is on the inside wearing number 1. Jacob Eggers, his teammate, right alongside him. And Matt Cooper coming up there too. Just over 2 laps, I beg your pardon, just over 1 lap remaining here in our men's 1500. As Wisconsin Oshkosh junior Joe Zack starts to make a bit of a move here on this 3rd to last straightaway. Dowson Cook Gallardo has led wire to wire. Jeremy Hernandez starting to push him a little bit. Gallardo still with position on the inside. And Hernandez has pulled out front. Boy, it is really starting to tightening up. Into the final 150 meters, and we have a tough two racers have fallen. One of them was from St. Olaf, another one still laying on his back. That was Jacob Eggers. He's one of the last to fall as they come down the stretch. Hernandez in first. Cook Gallardo trying to pull out front. He will. Cook Gallardo goes in. Jeremy Hernandez will move on to our championship day on Saturday, along with Sean Bjork. I believe the final top 4 finisher was Kyler Luke. Admittedly, still looking to see who fell off. Looks like it was Joe Coffey, the senior from St. Olaf. Ran a good race up until that slippery track. And a couple of legs may have crept up and got him. Coffey appears as though he will not be able to finish this race. You can see him sitting there. Race officials are looking at the track. You can see just by looking at some of those puddles how hard it's raining. So here's a look at your competitors now for Saturday. Johnson, Cook Gallardo, Kyler Luke, Owen Norley, Jeremy Hernandez, Joshua Seeland, Isaac Garcia Casani, Jeffrey Dover, Nick Mattiucci, Christian Swenson, Zachary Campbell, Greg Morgan, and Sean Bjork. They will all move on. Swenson, Campbell, Morgan, and Bjork were the next 4 best times outside of the top 4. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have the women's 400-meter hurdle preliminary races. Our Day 1 coverage continues when we return on NCAA.com.
Hey, the hurdles are right here. Maybe not. Hey, the hurdles are right here.
We're getting artsy shots. We're getting shots of the funnel.
That pretty much tells the story of Day 1. We've had raindrops all day long here in Geneva.
Probably already done.
Fortunately, we'll have maybe some sporadic rain tomorrow. Saturday's forecast looks promising. It's supposed to be very good. So hopefully we will have, or I should say, increasingly better weather as the week goes
All right, you guys are good.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Speaking of moving along, we have come to women's 400-meter hurdles. We'll have 3 different preliminary heats. In our first heat, we'll see 8 competitors. 7 will race in the each of the next 2 heats. The top, or I should say the heat winner will advance, plus the next best 6 times overall. So we'll have to keep our eye on how things go, but it is critical to win your heat. If you're not going to win, you better come in second place. This is where Washington University is going to start making some noise. The #1 team in the country. You see Rebecca Ritterhoff's name at the bottom of your screen, the top qualifier in the nation. Her teammate Kelly Hancock is running here in heat #1. And Kelly Hancock is definitely going to open some eyes here this weekend. Hancock will also represent the Bears on the nation's #1 4x4 relay team. He's a tremendous sprinter. A personal record 59.94. Qualified, that's 3rd best in the country. Aubrey Taylor. She is from Wartburg, running in lane 2. Portland State's Dana Kupiec in lane 3. Marissa Wetland from Carroll College in lane 4. Bella Solis from Loras College in lane 5. Brielle Bierman in lane 6 from St. Thomas. Hancock's in 7. Amanda Brown from Rowan in 8. And George Fox's Sarah King, who is also one of the best in the country. Sarah King in lane 9. Hancock from San Diego, a biomedical engineering major, and the 2016 indoor champion 4x4. She won the distance medley at the indoor champion as well. Hancock running in lane 7. She's off to a good start so far. A lot of umbrellas, unfortunately, blocking some of our view. You can see Hancock there appears to be in 2nd place in the green jersey and black shorts. On the outside, Sarah King also running well for George Fox, but it's Hancock who's pulled out front, and by a good margin. The winner of the heat moves on, plus the next 6 best times. Hancock apparently not bothered by the rain. Amanda Brown starting to tail off a little bit. Sarah King pulling in towards 2nd place. Marissa Wetland from Carroll trying to hang in there. Kelly Hancock on a dead sprint. She's in 1st. 2nd place, Sarah King. Marissa Wetland in 3rd. Hancock, King, Wetland, and Bella Solis round out the top 4. There are 3 heats total of the women's 400-meter hurdles. So we will have to wait and see if Sarah King moves on. You would think she's probably going to be okay at a 101.72. Kelly Hancock just a shade over her personal record, and really by split seconds over, even though she's running in a steady rein. Nice race for her. Congratulations. Time for Heat 2. Willamette Jr. Jewel Sparks runs in lane 2. Wheaton Senior Tamitha Evans in lane 3. In lane 4, it'll be a senior from Illinois Wesleyan, Liz Oltman. Riley Wagner from Misericordia in lane 5. Sarah Martinez, a junior from Whitworth, ran a school record 101.17. She did a nice job qualifying, 5th best qualifier in the country. Martinez in lane 6. Lauren Bamford, a junior from SUNY Geneseo in lane 7. And Wisconsin Whitewater senior Meredith Porter ran a PR 59.6. 2nd best in the country. She's in lane 8. Meredith Porter competing again. She was actually formerly Meredith Heller. She finished in 11th place in this event last spring. So keep your eye on Porter and on Martinez. Porter ran a 101.96 last year. She was more than 2 seconds better this year, so she is certainly looking to qualify for Saturday's championship final, which will be held at 2:15 on Saturday afternoon. Only 7 competitors in the next 2 heats, so the inside and outside lanes will be vacant. Heat number 2 of the women's 400-meter hurdles. Off and running. Porter has the glasses on. She's running on the outside. Lauren Bamford with a good clean hurdle on the opening frame. Sarah Martinez also with a nice start. The rain picking up a little bit, and actually it appears like it's getting a little windier as things progress as well. Jewel Sparks kind of trailing back a little bit in the pack, though she is the furthest inside. Trying to make a little bit of a move. Liz Oltman from Illinois Wesleyan still in the mix. Martinez and Porter neck and neck as they come into the final 100. Lauren Bamford is right there. Tabitha Evans from Wheaton trying to make a late push. Meredith Porter leaps the last hurdle and she will cruise to victory. Turning it on late, Lauren Bamford trying to qualify. She is in second place. Tabitha Evans finishes in third. So Meredith Porter and Kelly Hancock both with tremendous runs. Porter 1 minute .85. That is just off her pace for her personal record. And she did it in the pouring rain here today. Set you up for our third and final women's 400-meter prelim in just a moment. Hancock and Porter guaranteed to go on. Lauren Bamford's in pretty good shape right now. She has the next best qualifying time. If you can break 102, you're going to have a pretty good shot. Anything at 1 minute, 2 seconds or slower will probably miss the cut as we come into our final prelim. Well, Rebecca Ritterhoff is going to steal almost all the attention in lane 3. The senior from WashU, her 59.38 qualifying time was the 10th best in Division III history. She is the indoor national champion of the 4x4, a 5-time indoor All-American, and of course helped Washington University win the national championship, as you get a good look there at Miss Ritterhoff. Oberlin junior Lila Drafts Johnson will race in lane 2. She ran a 101.52, so you'd think she's in pretty decent shape. Hannah Chen, a junior from MIT, in lane 4. Mallory Hall, a Wisconsin lacrosse senior, in lane 5. Kaylee McGonigal, Ashley Burgee, and Rachel Wiley round out the field. Lila Drafts Johnson, the NCAC's indoor and outdoor sprints or hurdle runner of the year. Looking for her second All-America plaque. She's from Melrose, Massachusetts. Final heat off and running. The winner of the heat moves on to Saturday, plus the next 6 best times. We'll start by Rachel Wiley.
You're good. Go ahead.
Rebecca Ritterhoff is cruising on the inside at lane 3. You can see her coming into your picture. She is well ahead of the rest of the field as they come toward their final stretch. Ritterhoff is probably going to win this race easily. In second place behind her is Lila Drafts Johnson from Oberlin. Ritterhoff with a good clean leap. Her final hurdle. Some of the young ladies slowing down a little bit as they come to them, trying to make sure they get good footing on an otherwise wet track. And Ritterhoff easily cruises to victory. Lila Drafts Johnson probably also going to move forward. She breaks that 102 barrier. Hannah Chen and Ashley Burgee also with good times. So the top seeds in each of the 3 heats all advance in the women's 400-meter hurdles. And here are the 9 young ladies that will race on Saturday at 2:15 for the championship. Kelly Hancock, Meredith Porter, Rebecca Ritterhoff, all heat winners. The next 6 best times belong to Lauren Bamford, Tabitha Evans, Sarah King, Lila Drafts Johnson, Anna Chen, and Ashley Burgee. So those will be your competitors. You can see Burgee was the cutoff there. Martinez just missed out, 10.92. She will not make the championship final on Saturday. Well, with Hancock and Porter and Ritterhoff all capable of running sub-60-second 400-meter hurdles, we are likely in store for a really fun 400-meter hurdle final Saturday at 2:15. On to the men's 400-meter hurdle preliminary races. We have 3 heats, and just like the last race that we had a moment ago, it will be the heat winner plus the next 6 best overall times. Heat 1, St. John Fisher's Peter Girardi, one of the top sprinters in the nation. He's in lane 2. Penn State Barron, represented by Matthew Grafton, a senior. He's in lane 3. Lane 4, a sophomore from Simpson College, Jordan Koffenauer. Tyler Gittens, a junior from Wittenberg, runs in lane 5. Connor Troyer, who just ran the 4x1 for Mount Union, is in lane 6. He's a sophomore. Connor Faint, a junior from Eastern Mennonite, ran a school record 52.33. He's in lane 7. And Chris Messiano, a sophomore from Rowan, in lane 8. Girardi, the second overall seed after running his 51.34. He's a junior now, and he's running this event for the 3rd time at Nationals, finishing in 11th as a freshman. He was the national runner-up last season. I think I may have forgotten to mention Tyler Gittens. I apologize. That seems to have slipped my mind. So Tyler Gittens will run for Wittenberg in lane 5. You can see Chris Messiano trying to get in the zone mentally. We don't have any other updates to give you on the team scores quite yet, as some of the field events that have been taking place away from our centralized location have been a little late in reporting some of those scores back. So as soon as we get some of those, we'll send them your way. We can tell you, though, that Brandy Smith did win earlier in the women's discus. They've already had that medal ceremony. A 3-time champion now in the women's discus. Again, Girardi in lane 2, Connor Faint in lane 7. They're the favorites here in heat number 1. And we had a false start. That one may have been actually truly a false start, as opposed to last time. I think We had a couple of problems with the gun going off and malfunctioning. I believe it was Connor Troyer that jumped a little early there from Mount Union. Well, there's a lot of emphasis on trying to win your heat because you automatically go to the championship on Saturday if you do. Everybody tries to get back in the zone while they reload some more gunpowder in. Hard to tell from this camera angle, but it is still raining steadily. There are puddles all over the track. Everybody taking their mark. You can see it's awfully wet. Seems to have affected the distance runners more than the sprints so far today, which is actually kind of counterintuitive, at least to the best I can tell. No false starts there. We're off and running. Anthony Salimo from Rowan off to a good start on the outside. Connor Troyer closing quickly, though. Beg your pardon, that's Chris Messiano from Rowan, not Anthony Salimo from Rowan, who Salimo will run in our next heat. Troyer having a great race. Right now, he and Penn State Barons Matthew Grafton seem to be 1-2. Peter Girardi from St. John Fisher coming into the final stretch too. Grafton at the moment at the out front. Girardi trying to outstride him to the line, and he will. Peter Girardi really closed strong that last 100 meters, and Girardi wins Heat 1's preliminary race. Girardi, Grafton, and Tyler Gittens, the top three in our opening heat. Connor Troyer kind of died off in that last 100 meters. So Girardi is definitely moving on. And that will set us up for our second heat in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Tommy Cole, a senior from Wheaton, runs in lane 2. Jafate Wagnak, a freshman from RIC, in lane 3. Hassanai Chanriang from Hardin Simmons, a junior. He's in lane 4. Tufts junior Andrew DeMady in lane 5. He's one of the favorites in this heat. Jose Gutierrez, a sophomore from Beloit up in Wisconsin. He'll run in lane 6. Lane 7, Danny Trimner from Wisconsin Oshkosh. And Anthony Salimo, the top-seeded runner in the country here in the men's 400-meter hurdles. He runs in lane 8. The 3-time reigning national champion in this event is a young man named Luke Campbell, who thankfully for the rest of America graduated. He won this event 3 years in a row, and he won the 110-meter hurdle dash 4 years in a row. Luke Campbell from Salisbury, out in Salisbury, Maryland. Nobody else really had much of a chance when Campbell was out here racing. So we'll see if Salimo can put himself in a good spot to be the first non-Luke Campbell winner since 2014. Winner of the heat moves on, and then it comes to the next best times. Good clean start. Wisconsin Oshkosh, Danny Trimner with a nice first hurdle. He and Salimo are both out front. In fact, it's Trimner who is out in front of those two at the moment. Jose Gutierrez having a nice race in lane 6. Danny Trimner trying to bring it home though. Into the final turn. Salimo starting to show why he's the #1 overall seed as he starts cruising ahead. Long strides. Salino and Trimner, 1-2. Andrew DeMady from Tufts coming up in third, and that's how they'll cross the line. Chun Ryung in fourth from Hardin Simmons. Anthony Salimo wins the second heat, and he is moving on to Saturday's championship. Everybody glaring up at the scoreboard trying to see what the final times were. Can only imagine what must be going through the minds of all of our competitors when they hit that final finish line. Tough to tell for sure. Maybe some clearing skies behind us. Is that blue? Wow. Maybe the rain will go away soon. We'll find out. In the meantime, it is still drizzling here in Geneva. But maybe that's a promising look. Work by our camera crew. So Anthony Salimo and Peter Girardi, the top 2 seeds in this event, have both qualified for Saturday's championship race at 1:20. Let's set you up for the final prelim. We only have 6 athletes running here in our final prelim race. Heidelberg sophomore Kenny Buechler, St. Lawrence senior Nicholas Crawford, Redlands sophomore Nick Burchett, a sophomore from North Central Peyton Piran, Josh Yamamoto from Augustana, and Zach Wallenfang from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Peyton Piran qualified by running the 2nd fastest time in school history. Of course, North Central is really known for their pole vaulting over the years, but one of the top programs in the country almost every single year. And our final heat is off. Buechler running on the inside lane in orange. Pretty nice start by Wallenfang from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Even though he's on the outside lane, he is pulling away from lots of his would-be chasers. Nicholas Crawford having a tough race. Buechler coming on strong on the inside. Wallenfang into the final 100 with the lead. Kenny Buechler from Heidelberg starting to slip back just a little bit. Oh my goodness, Wallenfang stumbles. Suddenly it's a wide open race. Peyton Piran all the way to the finish with the win. Oh my goodness. Wallenfang will finish in last place. Zach Wallenfang was cruising, but he tripped and will not be able to compete in Saturday's championship. That is too bad. Finishes 56.57. So here are your final results. Peyton Piran, Anthony Salimo, and Peter Girardi all advance. The next best 6 times belong to Matthew Grafton, Danny Trimner, Tyler Gittins, Connor Faint, Connor Troyer, and Jordan Koffenauer. In fact, it's basically everybody except for Danny Trimner. It seems like it's almost everybody else from the opening heat. Girardi, Salimo, and Piron, though, the top three, and they will all move to Saturday. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, we'll move on to the women's 200-meter dash as our prelims continue here on the opening day of the NCAA championship meet. You're getting a look there at those who qualified in the men's 400-meter hurdles. Peter Girardi, Anthony Salimo, and Peyton Piron, the top finishers in this year's preliminary races. And they went in that order, 1, 2, 3, in the national qualifying times as well. So all is well if you wanted to go with the chalk on the qualifying time sheet here for the national championships. If you tuned in a little bit late, thanks for making us a part of your Thursday afternoon. We appreciate that. I'm Brendan Gulick. We'll be here all week long from Spire Institute as our preliminary track races continue. We have 6 track events left today, and it starts with the women's 200-meter prelims, and the men will run the same event, followed by the 3,000-meter steeplechase, and then the 4x4 relay teams. That will conclude our coverage for today, but we'll be back tomorrow morning. The Decathlon and Heptathlon by day's end will both be halfway completed, and then we'll jump into the second half of those events tomorrow. This could be one of the more exciting races, I think, of the entire weekend, men or women, and it's because Wadelin Jonathas, the freshman from UMass Boston, has already eclipsed the national record. A freshman from Haiti, and she has the fastest 200-meter dash time ever, 23.67 seconds. She is also number 1 nationally seeded in the 100 and 400-meter dashes, but she is not going to run the 100 this weekend. She's running the 200, the 400, and she will then run in the 4x1. They want to conserve some of her energy for the end of the meet on Saturday. Wadelin Jonathas will run in heat number 2. Heat number 1, another lightning fast sprinter, a junior from Bridgewater and the national runner-up last year, Amber Sellen, a school record 24.51 seconds to qualify for this one. She had the 9th best qualifying time, but again, second place finisher a year ago behind Baldwin Wallace's Melanie Winters. Allison Hill from Bates College in lane 3. Wisconsin Whitewater's Celeste Mata, lane 4. In lane 5, it's Catherine Berry from Hamilton College. Shantae Moore from Gwinnett Mercy's in lane 6. Ashley Myers from Texas Lutheran in lane 7. Emily Gustafson from Wheaton in Massachusetts in lane 8. And Daisy Oghede from Washington University in lane 9. Oghede, one of the top sprinters in the country as well. She ran a 23.99 at the UAA Championships back in mid-April. A 2-time All-American in this event, including national runner-up 2 years ago. Keep your eye on her as the Washington Bears hoping to try to make up some ground here after Ithaca got off to such a hot start. WashU is definitely making some noise on the track. Kelly Hancock and Rebecca Ritterhoff both performed pretty well in their 400-meter hurdles. You saw there at the very beginning, the Division III championship record is 23.72, but Waddle and Jonathas ran 5/100ths of a second faster than that at the New England Championships back in early May. Keep your eye on the outside two lanes. Amber Sellen and Daisy Ojede. Shante Moore in lane 6 also could perform well. At least for the moment, the rain has really tapered off, just a mist outside. Here we have a false start. So everybody recollects their thoughts, and we'll reset in just a moment. Another false start. And only that time it felt like the entire field jumped too quickly. I've had some problems with the gun today. Maybe that was just the gun not firing right. So hopefully they can get that fixed here fairly soon. I'm certain that some of that has to do with the fact that it's raining outside. The finals for this race will take place on Saturday at 2:40 p.m. on Saturday. There are 3 heats. The winner of each heat will move to Saturday, and then it's the next 6 best qualifying times after that. You're getting toward the end of our day 1 coverage. Only a handful of events still remain. Most of our coverage today, though, revolves around preliminary track races. We do have some finals that we'll be able to report to you by the end of the day, though, from several of our field events. All right, take 3. Let's see if this one works. Looks like a clean start, and off they go. 200-meter dash. Daisy Ojede on the outside, really running well. Amber Sellen trying to make it close, coming around the inside turn. Sprinting down into the last 100. Ojede on the outside, Sellen on the inside. They're out at the front. Amber Sellen starting to lose a little bit of ground. Emily Gustafson from Wheaton is close. And those will be the top 3, Sellen, Ojede, and Gustafson. We'll see how they go up on the board. It's Sellen first, just out-touching Ojede. Gustafson comes in 3rd. Sellen guaranteed to advance, but Daisy Ojede really looks like she'll have a good chance to move on. Get your live results there on the bottom of our screen. You can just see Amber Sellen, how soaking wet she is. It has been a wet and fairly cold day. She smiles and waves to what I would imagine is some family and friends cheering her on. Sellen, Ojede, Gustafson, Celeste Mata, Allison Hill, the top 5 in our first heat. That will bring us to our second heat. And most will be watching Waddle and Jonathas. She'll run on the far outside lane, the freshman from UMass Boston. You can see her kind of kicking around at her starting blocks there. Alina Gunnarsson from North Park, Wartburg's Taylor Jones, Rachel Adams from Mount Union, Tyra Abraham, who was an All-American from Claremont Mud Scripps last year, Katie Crick, Paige Allen, and Waddle and Jonathas round things out. We've already talked a lot about Jonathas and how unbelievably fast she is. No one in D3 college history has ever run a faster time. And kind of funny about the whole thing, apparently when she came out of high school, she was really raw. And she's had to work a lot on her form this year. No one really expected her to be quite this good this quickly. But her coaches have worked really hard, and Jonathas has burst onto the national scene. Tyra Abraham, another young lady who I think is definitely worth keeping your eye on. Abraham was third in this event a year ago, and her qualifying time this year was a little faster than what she ran in last year's national championship race. Winner moves on, plus the next 6 best times across each of the 3 heats. And we're off with heat number 2 in the 200. Jonathan's running on the outside. Looks like Rachel Adams starting to lose a little ground as Jonathas just goes blowing by everybody on this final 100. Holy smokes. Tyra Abraham coming up. She'll be likely a second-place finisher as Jonathas cruises to the finish line. 23.72 is the championship record. And she finishes today in 23.91, which is only 0.3 of a second slower than her individual best. So Jonathas, as expected, dancing and having a little bit of fun. If you can't put a smile on your face and enjoy a competition, then there's no sense in competing. Congratulations to her, Katie Crick, with a little bit of a high five for Miss Jonathas. Although the look on Taylor Jones's face is that of disappointment. Tyra Abraham finished in second, and it was Paige Allen finishing in third place. Into our final heat of the women's 200-meter prelim. Jessie Reineck, we've already seen her run once today in a relay race a little bit earlier. She was in the 4x1. Reineck, a senior from Wisconsin-Eau Claire. Kayla Trustle, a junior from Frostburg State. Junior from Aurora, Dederica Simpkins. Rutgers Newark freshman Success Anamwango. Danny Bland, a sophomore from Emory. Brianna Gardner, a Monmouth senior. And Aurora senior Lisa Rodriguez. Danny Bland owns the school record in the 100-meter dash. Obviously, this is a little longer than that, but she is one of the finest that Emory has ever had. Keep your eye on her. Lisa Rodriguez with a 23.96 qualifying time, second best in the country. That is a tremendous race. If you break 24 seconds as a young lady running the 200-meter dash, you're going to win a lot of races. The 24-second barrier seems to be a pretty good one. Wisconsin-Eau Claire, it seems like they're in every single event that we've had. I mean, they've had such a really good, on both the men and women's side, had such a good year. And Jessie Reineck continuing that here in heat number 3. Reineck will run on the inside, Lisa Rodriguez on the outside. Heavy emphasis on trying to win your heat. And they're off. Reineck, the closest to the inside. Lisa Rodriguez coming around to the final 100 with the lead. Danny Bland from Emory staying right on her tails. Welcome back to our coverage of the NCAA Division III National Track and Field Championships. We apologize for a brief break in our stream. This is the first heat in our men's 200-meter dash, and it features 4 of the fastest young men in the country. Marquise Brown, David Paynata, Hugh Pagan, and Parker Witt are all running in lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8 here in this one. Parker Witt has the top qualifying time. Hugh Pagan won this national championship last year. Marquise Brown was the was an All-American along with Peynata in the wintertime. And they are often racing. Got to win your heat or be one of the next 6 best overall times. Parker Witt makes the turn coming down the home stretch in first place. Jamal Watkins from Birmingham Southern right behind him. Good run here by David Peynata on the inside, but it's Parker Witt pulling away and winning the race. 4 guys were reaching and leaning to touch first, and we are going to have a very close finish. Too tough to tell by the naked eye. Well, the ones that are listed up there, I can tell you, are probably not going to be the winners because Parker Witt definitely won the race. There he goes, 21.23. We'll see how the rest of them translate. How about that? Peynata, Pagan, and Watkins were all within 5/100ths of a second of each other. And 5 later, Marquise Brown, as Jake Mihalik from Linfield did not finish. He was an All-American in 2015. So Parker Witt, who has the #1 overall national seed, he will advance by virtue of winning his heat. David Peynata was an All-American in the 2017 indoor season. Wisconsin River Falls. All right, on to Heat 2, where Shea Mumford, the sophomore from Rowan, runs in lane 3. Benedictine freshman Matt Fleming torched the rest of the field as the anchor leg of the 4x1. He's in lane 4. Ryan Scott, junior from Christopher Newport, in lane 5. Patrick Michael, the freshman from Loris, running in lane 6. 2017 indoor national runner-up Ross Denman in this event just this past winter. He's in lane 7, senior from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Nathan Warner, a senior from Case Western Reserve University, probably the closest Division III school to where we are currently here on the east side of Cleveland. Nathan Warner is a great young man. His qualifying time was a school record. And Jeremiah Davis, the freshman from Greenville, will run in lane 9. Mumford, Fleming, Scott, Michael, Denman, Warner, and Davis here in heat number 2.
Oh, never mind.
4 different guys touched within 0.1 of each other in heat 1. That's how close these races have been. It is literally splitting hairs. Heat 2 underway. Good start on the outside by Jeremiah Davis. Coming into the final turn, Nathan Warner trying to hang in there. Davis blazing down lane 9. He's in first place. A good run here toward the end, though, from Matt Fleming from Benedictine. It is going to be Jeremiah Davis who touches first and wins heat number 2. Jeremiah Davis just ran a tremendous race, it's his best time of the year by far, 21.23. Jeremiah Davis just put on one of his best performances ever. And he, as a freshman, is moving on to the national championship race. 0.2 of a second better than his qualifying time. Wow. Ross Denman finishes in second place. He's the number 2 overall seed, and right now looks to be a pretty sure bet to move on for Saturday. Matt Fleming finished in third, 21.58. I don't know if he's going to make it. We'll have to see how things shake out in heat 3. Right now, Fleming would be right on that cut line. He would be the last man in. So in order for Matt Fleming to make it, he would have to, the second place finisher in heat 3 has to run slower than 21.58. We'll see how it shakes out. Heat 3 features the 2017 200-meter indoor champion, Jawan Pettis-Jackson ran a 21.68 indoors for Misericordia. Outside qualified with a 21.32. Nicodemus Gamble, a junior from Utica, in lane 4. Craig Timmons from Nebraska Wesleyan in lane 5. Wisconsin Stevens Point freshman Calden White with the fastest freshman time in the field. He's in lane 6. Devontae Williams in lane 7. He's a senior from Stevenson. Giovanni Parkinson, he'll round things out, running in lane 8, a senior from Farmingdale State. Mentioned Hugh Pegan won the outdoor national championship last year. Pegan finished in 3rd in his qualifying heat, but is very likely moving on. Unless this last heat just has 6 blazing fast times, Pegan probably will be in good shape to move on to Saturday. Even though it's gotten a little bit brighter outside, it's still raining. Not hard, it's just been a steady drizzle. Truth be told, it's been just enough to be annoying, but that's okay. Just about ready to go. Keep your eye on lanes 3 and 6. Jawan Pettis-Jackson will run on the inside. Calden White, lane 6. Here they come. Tremendous start by Pettis-Jackson on the inside for Misericordia. Lane 7, Devontae Williams from Stevenson, a great sprinter. He is running hard, trying to come in for 2nd place. He's making a push for taking the lead. And the Stevenson senior Devontae Williams just outtouches Jawan Pettis-Jackson. Williams moves on by winning the 200-meter dash. By 5/100ths of a second, Devontae Williams on to Saturday. So the good news for Hugh Pegan is that he will move on as one of the top 6 next best times. Those will be posted here momentarily on the board, but Devontae Williams, Jeremiah Davis, and Parker Witt all won their heats. Next best time was Ross Denman at 21.43. David Peynata moves on. Jawan Pettis-Jackson moves on. Hugh Pegan moves on. Jamal Watkins moves on. And for a brief moment, we're going to have a trophy presentation, so we'll throw it to our public address announcer.
Finishing in 6th place with a jump of 23 feet 2 3/4 inch from Elms, Triff Bish. Finishing in 5th place with a jump of 23 feet 3 1/2 inch from Lynchburg, Evan Truman. Finishing in 4th place with a jump of 23 feet 7 1/2 inch from Ross State, Jermaine Stevens. Finishing in 3rd place with a jump of 23 feet 10 1/4 inch from Stevens Point, Jerry Williams. And our runner-up today in the Division III Nationals with a fine effort of 23 feet 10 3/4 inch from Benedictine, Matt Fleming. And ladies and gentlemen, our champion for 2017, the men's long jump, Division III Nationals with a jump of 24 feet 1 1/2 inch from Coast Guard, Darius Adams. Let's give them all a big round of applause.
Yeah, that's what the...
Welcome back inside our coverage, day one of the 2017 National Track and Field Championships. We're just about to start the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. You get a look there at the bottom of the screen of the top qualifying time. Erin Herman will run in heat number 2. The championship record is fairly new. It's about 11 years old at this point. Erin Holzbauer, Annie Rodenfels, Allison Lindsay. Those are some of the young ladies here in Heat 1 that I think you're probably going to want to keep your eye on. There are 2 heats in this preliminary race. The top 5 from each heat, plus the next best 4, move on to the championship on Saturday. We'll have the Saturday championship at 11:30 a.m. the steeplechase. Of course, on the first pass, they do not go into the pit. Definitely a change of pace after watching the 200-meter dash and everybody flying around the turn. Now it's a comfortable jog. Alicia Belko, the senior from Stockton, ran a 10:48.67 in her qualifying time. So she is out front at the moment, along with Erin Holzbauer from TCNJ. Annie Rodenfels, a sophomore from Center, the number 2 seed, ran this race in 10 minutes, 39 seconds. It's been a pretty entertaining day so far here at Spire. I'll try to give you some updates along the way about how things have gone. In fact, it's been a long day. We got on the air this morning in time to get ready for our first event of the day, which started at 9:45 a.m. So we've been here for a little while. Glad that you've been able to stick with us, hopefully, through most of the day. The first jump of the pit. And our first spill. That one comes from Molly McCullough, the sophomore from Trinity. Ideally, the goal in the steeplechase, you really don't want to have more than 1 foot land in the water. 7.5 laps, and the hope is that you can kind of push off the top of the steeplechase and then be able to land with 1 foot in the water and keep on moving. Some of the very best in the world in the Olympic Games will actually clear the water entirely, but that's just not really the case much at the collegiate level. You've seen Allison Lindsay. There you see her in second place, running with the green jersey, the number 6, running for the Washington University Bears, who are once again at the front of the pack. They are a heavy favorite to win a national championship here this weekend on the ladies' side. The back half of the race. Everybody approaches the pit once again. 3,000 meters, this race is just shy of 2 miles.
Yeah, that's good.
That was extremely well done there by both of our leaders. Viola Ortiz from Dubuque and Allison Lindsay from WashU. Let's tell you a little bit more about junior Allison Lindsay. She's a Alexandria, Virginia native. To St. Stephen's and St. Agnes High School. She was a indoor track and field national champion of the distance medley relay. Did that in 11 minutes, 48.43 seconds. Incredible. Allison Lindsay, a 3-time indoor track and field All-American, including winning that race I just mentioned this past winter. She also finished as a cross-country All-American, finished in 14th last year. Those are among her more prestigious honors. I have a great deal of respect for those who can compete athletically in the UAA. There are some really tough academic schools in that conference. It almost feels like a Division III Ivy League, to be honest with you. In schools like Emory, Washington University, Rochester, Case Western Reserve, just to name a few. Some academic institutions that rival some of the best in the country. University of Chicago, NYU, both in that conference as well. When young ladies or young men are able to compete well athletically, it almost always seems like they've got grade point averages of 3.7 or higher. Just bright young kids, and it's a good feeling for the future of our country, no doubt. Alicia Belko, the senior from Stockton, out front. She's had a nice race so far. Haven't seen too much from Stockton yet. About 4.5 laps remaining. Starting to brighten up quite a bit outside. Hopefully that means for some sunshine here in the near future. Into the pit once more, and Lindsay's starting to pull away just a little bit. Haven't had too much change up top. Annie Rodenfels, the sophomore from center, number 2 national seed. She's hanging in there as well. And Fabiola Ortiz has had herself at the front of the pack. Katie Skinner from Middlebury, the senior, with a 10:53.92 qualifying time. Again, the championship finals for the steeplechase will be Saturday at 11:30. 11:30 on Saturday. In fact, Saturday is going to be a pretty exciting day. It usually is at the national championships for track and field, because all of the track races are championship finals. They'll start, in fact, these will be the first races of the day on Saturday, followed by the 4x1 relay, 1,500, the 100 or 110 meter hurdles, 400 meter, 100 meter, 800, 400 meter hurdles, 200, the 5Ks, and the 4x4s. definitely have lots of track to bring your way on Saturday. Tomorrow, our coverage of track is going to be a little bit slower because we kind of divided up the track into 2 days for the prelims. Tomorrow will be the 100-meter hurdles for the women, 110-meter hurdles for the men, and then the 400-meter, 100-meter, and 800-meter races, all still preliminary. Two laps to go. Starting to get a little separation now as our leaders pull away a bit. Belko and Lindsay are still there. There are a good 5 or 6 that are still up in the front, but the rest of the pack really thinning out. Everybody that ran this race qualified by running a sub-11-minute steeplechase. So they are all within 2 minutes, you would think, of being done. Alicia Belko continues to be one of the leaders along with Allison Lindsay. Belko from Hainesport, New Jersey. First team all NJAC in the 5,000. Second team in the steeplechase. This was last year. She set a school record last year running the 11:08.73. Well, she obviously ran significantly better than that this year in order to qualify for this race. Belko starting to fall back just a little bit, but right now there's a grouping of 5 all together there. And the top 5 all advance into the championship final on Saturday, so looking promising that those front 5 will be all okay, no matter where they actually finish today. Fabiola Ortiz in first, Allison Lindsay and Annie Rodenfels right there, 2-3. Katie Skinner in 4th place. Final jump into the pit, kind of caught Ortiz a little bit off guard. Here they come down the final 100 meters. Fabiola Ortiz, a senior from Dubuque. Ortiz had the 10th best qualifying time this year of 10:46.76. She's just behind pace here, running mostly in the rain, but she wins her heat. And Fabiola Ortiz moves on to the championship finals on Saturday. Alicia Belko, again, she kind of tapered off during the second half of that race. But she was able to finish in the top 5, which guarantees her the spot she needed. So your final list of qualifiers: Ortiz, Skinner, Rodenfels, Lindsay, and Belko, all moving on. That sets us up for our second heat. Ready for our second heat and the women's 3,000 meter steeplechase. Run through the starters for you, even though you can see those there briefly on the bottom of your screen. Melissa Cerrillos is a sophomore from Laverne. She ran in 10:55.51 as we get underway. Tasha Freed, a sophomore from Johns Hopkins, qualified for the national meet. The top freshman in the country is from MIT, Jenna Melanson. She finished this season 10:43.41. She's currently in 4th place. Jordan Tuin, a senior from Wheaton. Keep her in mind as she moves along throughout the course of the day. She was a 3rd place finisher and an All-American in this event a year ago. Abigail Martin, the sophomore from Washington University, ran it in 10:46.56 seconds. Denise Ibarra, a junior from Ithaca. Madeline Derry, senior from RPI. The nation's top seed is 12 seconds clear of the rest of the field. Erin Herman. Julissa Poulette, a senior from Otterbein, and Sarah Fowler, a senior from Ohio Wesleyan. Probably know each other from racing against one another this year several times. And our final competitor in this second heat is Sarah Rosenzweig, a senior from SUNY Geneseo. A little bit about Miss Rosenzweig. Actually, I think I mispronounced that. I apologize. It's Rosenzweig. Sarah Rosenzweig is a All-American, finished 7th last year. She also placed 12th as a sophomore. She was an All-American at the cross-country championships this past fall, so Sarah Rosenzweig is certainly someone to keep your eye on here. She is the 4th highest qualifying time in the country. At the moment, it's Jenna Melanson, the freshman from MIT, who's out in front in her first outdoor national championships. Gotta be pretty exciting. You wonder what it must be like trying to get into the mind of a young lady or of a young guy who's having a chance to compete on a national level like this. This is what you work for. All of the early morning practices, all of the running, lifting, and training when lights are off in the stadium or in the gym and nobody else is looking, and you're trying to do that one extra rep, trying to cut corners. It's for a chance to maybe be a national champion. Jenna Melanson off to a good start. Again, all you need to do here in this prelim is just be in the top 5. There are still 5 laps remaining for this second heat. So even though our leader, Erin Herman, or I should say our top seed, Erin Herman, hasn't really necessarily exploded onto the scene here, she's doing just fine, wearing bib number 219. So while they continue to run what is nearly 2 miles, here's a look at the updated team standings. Ithaca has 2 national championships and 1 second place finish, so they already have 28 points. This could be an interesting spot for them because they are likely going to compete against Washington University as the week goes along. You're going to probably see Ithaca and Washington really kind of going neck and neck for a little while. Wash U probably has a little bit more depth, but Ithaca giving themselves a great start by winning a couple of national championships individually. And if Denise Ibarra can run well in this race and maybe give some points to Ithaca's team moving forward across to Saturday, that could certainly help. Washington University has 2 representatives in the steeplechase. One of them, Allison Lindsay, you would like to think is probably going to be one of the top competitors in this event come Saturday. At the moment, just about halfway through the race, closing in on the halfway mark. And the MIT freshman, Jenna Melanson, is having her way with everybody else. Despite the fact that she is only a freshman, she really looks comfortable, just kind of settling into her own groove. Try to give you a little more info on Miss Melanson here in just a moment. Melanson's stride over top of several of the hurdles along the way. Pretty consistent. And of course, the difference with the hurdles in the steeplechase and the hurdles in your traditional hurdle races, these have no budge to them, so you can't clip it and expect the hurdle to have some give. You really need to have a good, clean clear of the hurdle itself. Melanson is from Woodland, Washington. She goes to school a long way from home. Ross Center High School. Hasn't decided yet what she wants to study, but knows that the education she's going to receive at MIT is going to put her in a great spot. And what she's done on the track and on the cross-country field has been pretty incredible. I mean, look, you can't even see who's behind her as the camera gets wider and wider and just keeps her. Finally, someone pops into view. I mean, she's leading this race, folks, by legitimately 70 to 80 meters as a freshman. As you might expect from an impressive young lady who is studying at MIT in high school, a member of the National Honor Society. She was a senior class president and the National Honor Society president. She also received the Washington State Cross Country Coaches Scholarship, the National MS Society Scholarship, and the Haddon Scholarship, and the Walden M. Groves Scholarship. Sounds like it's going to help her pay for the education at MIT. Good for her. Of course, that's the beauty of Division III. Everybody that's competing at this level is doing it for the love of sport, not being athletically compensated for it. Got a good look there at basically those who are 50 plus meters behind our leader. At the moment, it's the nation's top seed, Erin Herman. She's having a pretty good race so far. You wonder, too, a little bit how much Erin Herman is just saying, hey, look, I know what I'm capable of doing. And I know what it takes to get into the championship finals, so I put myself in a good spot to do just that. Again, Herman's qualifying time this year was 12 seconds better than anyone else in the entire country. Annie Rodenfels, who raced in our first heat, completed the race in 10 minutes 39 seconds. Herman did it in 10:27. So she was far and away the best in the country this year, but what Jenna Melanson is doing right now is wildly impressive as we are on our final lap. Melanson's best time of the year is 10:43. She leaps over that hurdle and gives a glance behind her. And you can tell she's kind of put this on cruise control, knowing how sizable her lead is. There's no reason for her to try and really throw the foot on the gas pedal, but as a freshman, this is the first opportunity for her to run this race on this stage, and be interested to follow on Saturday and see if she's learned anything about herself in this race. Stride got a little bit shorter, but that's okay. Jenna Melanson, the top freshman in the country, and today one of the most impressive runners at this opening day coverage. Melanson's qualifying time was 10:43.41. She's going to be right about that mark when she crosses the finish line. Just a half a second slower. Jenna Melanson wins the second heat. Sarah Fowler from Ohio Wesleyan came in second place. Waiting to see who else is able to punch their ticket to Saturday's championship. Erin Herman from Hope and Julissa Poulette from Otterbein both ran 10:51. Madeline Derry from RPI 10:53.12, just out touching Tasha Freed, who will probably also go. So Erin Herman, the nation's #1 seed, will advance to Saturday, but the story is Jenna Melanson and her tremendous run in the 3,000-meter steeplechase. With that, we're going to turn it over to our next award ceremony for the men's discus. We'll turn it over to the PA.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can direct your attention to the awards area, we have our awards for the men's discus throw. Finishing in 8th place with a throw of 153 feet 4 inches from Hendricks, Jared Lincoln. Finishing in 7th place with a throw of 156 feet 7 inches from Eau Claire, David Korniak. Finishing in 6th place with a throw of 159 feet even from Worcester State, Sam Weeks. Our 5th place finisher with a throw of 159 feet 10 inches from Hamline, Anthony Tyler. And that's Hamlin. Finishing in 4th place with a throw of 161 feet 5 inches from George Fox, Caleb Dalzell. Our 3rd place finisher with a throw of 161 feet 10 inches from Whitewater, Theron Bauman. And our runner-up in the men's discus throw with a throw of 168 feet even from the Duke, Alex Link. And our 2017 NCAA Division III national champion in the discus throw with a throw of 169 feet 2 inches from Aurora, Ryan Nugavan.
Welcome back to our streaming coverage of Day 1 at the NCAA Division III National Track and Field Championships. I'm Brendan Gulick. Thanks for tuning in here this afternoon. Finally, maybe, knock on wood, the rain may have stopped, at least for now, and we see bits and pieces of blue sky along the way. Or I should say, we're up here preparing for the men's steeplechase. So this is the women's 200-meter dash here in heat number 1. Pretty good sprint to the finish. Hannah Russert from St. Scholastica looks like she'll come in first place with Jenna Deegan from St. Benedict in second. There are 3 total heats here with 7 competitors in each of the first 2 heats. And the timed finals in heat number 3 will consist of 8 different competitors. Russert and Deegan actually tied. They both ran 27.20. When we're all done with this heat and we get the results, we will give you a final update at the end of the day for the women's heptathlon, see who is fared off where. But they started earlier this morning with the 100-meter hurdles. And the ladies have all competed in the high jump and the shot put. And we'll now finish up the day on the track. Tomorrow's heptathlon will have the long jump, the javelin, and the 800-meter. Once the heptathlon has finished up, I wonder if at that point they will run the men's 400-meter to finish off the men's decathlon for the day before they dive into the steeplechase again. We'll have to wait and see how that all shakes out. All right, getting ready for our second heat. Off they go. On the outside, Laura Darcy from the University of Chicago starting to fade a little bit. Rochester's Kylie Bartlett, the #1 overall seed, is flying in this 200-meter dash. One of the top heptathletes in the country, and Bartlett cruising to a win. Kylie Bartlett, several tenths ahead of anybody else. She finished in 26:33. The next closest 26:77 from Colby's Jenna Athanasopoulos. So Kylie Bartlett, who is definitely the favorite in the ladies heptathlon. See how she is doing so far today. And Bartlett at the moment leads, or I should say, as we hit the 200-meter dash, she is in first place. Shayna Held, who is running in lane 9 of our final heat. Shayna Held from SUNY Geneseo is currently in second place in the heptathlon. More look there at heat 3. 8 competitors in the field for this one. Allison Smith from Redlands in third place. She'll be running here in lane 2. Smith had a nice performance earlier in the 100 hurdles. In fact, she was the fastest of the entire group. Racing down the outside, Megan Merritz from Wisconsin Platteville currently in first place. And it looks like she will win the 200-meter dash. Shayna Held and Allison Smith both kind of tapered off, and neither of them ran particularly well at the tail end of this, so that might tighten things up a little bit toward the top of our leaderboard. Although Kylie Bartlett, with a terrific time of more than 4/10 better than anybody else in her section, she will likely maintain her stranglehold on first place at the end of the day. Kylie Bartlett, the sophomore from Rochester, will lead the heptathlete going into day 2. In the meantime, we're going to just step aside here real briefly and give it back to the public address announcer while they congratulate the women's pole vault champions here on our podium, while the men get ready for the steeplechase here shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can direct your attention to the awards area, we have our awards for the women's pole vault. Finishing in 8th place with a vault of 12 feet 7 1/2 inch from MIT, Carrie Stromhawk. Finishing in 7th place with a vault of 12 feet 9 1/2 inch from Westminster, Cassidy Shepard. Finishing in 6th place with a vault of 12 feet 9 1/2 inch from Centra, Sarah Hayhurst. Finishing in 5th place with a vault of 12 feet 9 1/2 inch from Loris, Elizabeth Brandenburg. Finishing in 4th with a vault of 12 feet 11 1/2 inch from St. Benedict, London Stelton. Finishing 3rd in the vault with a vault of 13 feet 5 1/4 inch from Ohio Northern, Madison Reed. And a runner-up in the 2017 edition of the Division III Nationals with a vault of 13 feet 5 1/4 inch from Ithaca, Catherine Pittman. And ladies and gentlemen, our NCAA Division III 2017 national champion in the pole vault with a vault of 13 feet 10 inches from Westminster, Marissa Kalsey.
Our next running event on the track is the men's 3,000-meter steeplechase. The top 5 from each of 2 heats will advance to the finals, as well as the next 4 fastest times. In our first heat, hip number 1 is our defending champion, a senior from St. John's, Ryan Bugler. Hip number 2, Jared.
So congratulations to Marissa Kalsey, who has a big upset win, and that hurts Ithaca's chances for sure of trying to pick up 2 very big points they will no longer have in the women's pole vault. You get an updated look at the women's heptathlon standings, and I believe those were right prior to the 200-meter dash, so we might have one more update for those standings here before the end of the day. Meanwhile, we are getting ready for the 3,000-meter steeplechase on the men's side. Our reigning national champion, Ryan Bugler. Bugler from St. John's, Minnesota. He will run in lane 1, or I should say at least he will start hip 1. Bugler, the 6th fastest time in the country this year at 9:04.84 seconds. And our guys run around the outside of the pit on the first pass. We'll run through it for you here. Ryan Bugler, we mentioned lane 1. Jared Flank, a senior from Muhlenberg, and the 3rd overall seed. He is also competing here in heat number 1. Scott Mason is a pretty talented junior from Connecticut College. From North Central, Ethan Adelfinger, a senior from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Ian Ewers. Wisconsin Whitewater, junior Brett Harms. From Central College, junior Mark Fairley. Daniel Rosen is a freshman from Pomona Pitzer. Alex Smith, a junior from York College. And our final competitor in Heat 1 is Cortland State senior Mitch Ryan, who is the second overall seed. So between Bugler, Flank, and Ryan, you got three guys at the outset that we expect to have good races. But it's Daniel Rosen, the freshman from Pomona Pitzer, who has established a pretty comfortable early lead. Keep our eye on Rosen. We saw a freshman take a pretty impressive race in our first prelim, or I should say our second prelim of the women. Jenna Melanson just really put on a good show, winning by quite a ways over the rest of the field. Finals for the men's 3,000 meter steeplechase take place on Saturday at 11:45. It will be our second track event of the championship day on Saturday. Pretty unlikely that we would see any records broken on the men's side here in this particular event. The Division III championship record, also held by a St. John's alum, Jim Gaethje, ran in 8 minutes 43 seconds. It's 15 seconds faster than Luke O'Connor, who was our national #1 seed, did it. So unlikely that we would see that, but you never know. Heck, if Daniel Rosen keeps running at this kind of a pace, you never know what can happen. Rosen's lead has shrunk a little bit, and to the naked eye, it looks like he's slowing down just a hair. Mitch Ryan from Cortland State running well. Alex Smith from York College right behind him too. 3,000 meter race is 7.5 laps around the track, just shy of 2 miles. Of course, you've thrown a couple of hurdles in there, and one of them obviously has the water pit. 5 hurdles in total. At the moment, Ryan Bugler is in second to last place. Keep our eye on that. Rosen's lead is no more. Freshman was way out front. Maybe he just burned a little too much too quickly.
Let's go, Jared.
Alex Smith qualified for the national meet by running a 9-minute, 4.9-second 3,000 meter steeplechase at the Swarthmore final qualifier. It was competed about a week and a half ago on May 15th. Ran that time. Just under 4 laps remaining. The only events we still have left on the track to contest today. We've got the 4x4 relay teams on both the men's and women's side. And we will have the men's decathlon 400-meter dash. I'm not entirely sure what order that will go in. The decathlon, in part, probably depends on how quickly they have finished up the high jump and how much time they'll be allotted between events. Boys, this one has moved along. Daniel Rosen has fallen all the way to last place. 2 laps ago, Daniel Rosen was well out in front of the rest of the field. Maybe that's part of just being a freshman and running in this race for the first time, still trying to find what works for you. There's a good chance if he's already one of the best in the country now, will help him to just kind of get some experience under his belt. So when he gets back on this stage here later in his career, if all things go well, he'll have a better idea how to run the race. Alex Smith from York out front. Scott Mason from Connecticut College right behind him. The big CC on his blue chest. And Brett Harms from Wisconsin Whitewater running well too. Really had a collision as Ryan Bugler and Ethan Adelfinger got their feet tangled up, but both seem to be okay. Into our final 800 meters, just 2 laps remaining. Everybody starts jockeying for some positioning here going into the final stretch. And it's Daniel Rosen who has gone from first to last to first again. Maybe he was just conserving a little energy for the home stretch. Who knows? He is certainly playing with us a little bit. Meanwhile, Scott Mason makes a bit of a push. Second to last run through the pit. Rosen and Mason both got through clean, but it was Mason that came out a little quicker. Mark Fairley from Central College has moved into second. Jared Flank from Muhlenberg starting to push a little bit further into the front of the pack, and Rosen has faded all the way back now to 6th. And he has been in every spot in this race. Final lap. Have to wait and see where everybody starts to decide, okay, when do we give it our all? At the moment, Jared Flank, Scott Mason, and now Mark Fairley from Central College starting to really push to the front. Ryan Bugler, the reigning champ. Again, all you have to do is be in the top 5 to guarantee yourself a chance to race on Saturday. But there's a pretty good bunch of guys at the front. And now it becomes a sprint to the finish in the final 100 meters. Mark Fairley out front. Here comes Ian Ewers after the last hurdle. Ewers glances to his left. Rosen is there. Scott Mason is there, but it's Ewers that wins. The senior from Wisconsin Lacrosse turns around and congratulates Daniel Rosen on a good race. Ian Ewers wins Heat 1, and he is going to the championship race Saturday. Scott Mason finished in second, Mark Fairley in third, Daniel Rosen in fourth, Mitch Ryan from Cortland State in fifth, and they were all separated by less than 1 second. These were some pretty tight times here in heat number 1. Heat number 2 coming up shortly. We'll be back in just a second. Heat number 2 off and rolling in our 3,000 meter men's steeplechase. Here are your competitors. A junior from Hope, Benjamin Peterson. Shane Witters-Hicks, a senior from Principia. Brandon Wilkerson is a sophomore from Augustana. Ben Torda, junior from Bowdoin. Ken Veltri, junior from Rowan. Aiden Gilson, a sophomore from MIT. Zachary Herrera, senior from North Central. Senior from Ohio Northern, Case Shiloway. And the top 2 guys in this heat, Caleb Ferguson and Luke O'Connor from Calvin and Tufts. Caleb Ferguson is a freshman. Luke O'Connor is a senior. Luke O'Connor out front. Not a huge surprise to see him get off to a fast start. Kind of expected that. Ben Torda, the junior from Bowdoin, right on his heels, though. Aiden Gilson with that long, flowing hair. Sophomore from MIT, ran a 9:05.61 in order to qualify. Luke O'Connor, the only one in the country this year to run this race in under 9 minutes. It's pretty impressive to basically run almost 2 miles with these hurdles in place in under 9 minutes. A reminder that we don't have too many races left here the rest of the day. We're basically looking at just a couple of relays and one decathlon event still remaining. And they will all be 400-meter races. You'll have the women's 4x400 relay, the men's 4x400 relay, and then the men's decathlon 400-meter dash. Pretty nice job by Luke O'Connor the first couple times through. By the way, here's an updated look at the team scores on the men's side. We've had 4 different schools claim a champion so far. Aurora, Coast Guard, Wisconsin Eau Claire, and Wisconsin Platteville. They've all got 10 points. Benedictine has 8 points along with Dubuque. They're tied for 5th. RPI, Wisconsin Stevens Point, and Wisconsin Whitewater all with 6 points early on. On the women's side, Ithaca way out front, 28 points. They've got 2 wins and a second place already today. That second place was a big surprise. Catherine Pittman was the favorite to win the pole vault, and she was upset by Marissa Kelsey of Westminster College. So Ithaca had a very real possibility of finishing day 1 on the ladies' side with 30 points. It appears they will probably finish with 28 points. Not sure what else would go final that would go in their favor. I'm not sure they had anyone competing in the javelin. Our men are about halfway through the steeplechase. This is the second of our 2 preliminary heats. If you tune into these heats a little bit late, Ian Ewers, Scott Mason, Mark Fairley, Daniel Rosen, and Mitch Ryan were all top 5 in Heat 1, which qualifies them for Saturday. Ryan Bugler is the reigning national champion. And he was just into 6th place. Very likely we'll see him on Saturday as well. Gilson trying to kind of hang in there on the inside. Looks like he's losing steam just a little bit. Ken Veltri right in the middle of the pack as well. Zachary Herrera rounds out the group of 10. Luke O'Connor from Tufts. Of course, the Tufts Jumbos, just outside of Boston. It looks like Shane Witters-Hicks is right next to him trying to make a pass maybe on the turn. You can see Ohio Northern senior Case Shellows. Boy, for Witters-Hicks, with as long as his legs are, he's got to make sure he times his stride the right way because he could easily clip the hurdle. That being said, when he's able to get to the water pit, and all he's got to do is put one foot on the top of the bar, and when he leaps through, basically only has chance to only have one foot go in the water. That's obviously the goal every time. 2 laps remaining. It's becoming a race between MIT and, I should say, between Principia and Ohio Northern. Of course, Ohio Northern has a pretty proud tradition in men's track and field, historically anyways. Ohio Northern and Mount Union, along with John Carroll and Baldwin Wallace, probably the top 4 schools in the Ohio Athletic Conference on both really the men's and the women's side each year. Otterbeins had pretty good programs as well, but Ohio Northern is on the spotlight at the moment. Conference, in fact, as you come to think of it, that conference has been pretty well represented today. Otterbein, Ohio Northern, John Carroll, Mount Union, Heidelberg, they've all competed. Baldwin Wallace has a couple of competitors that will compete tomorrow. As everyone's into their final lap. Again, in some prelims, the stress is really placed on winning. In this preliminary race, it's not so much stressed at all. It's got a lot more to do with just being in the top 5 in your heat to take any of the guesswork out of it. So no matter how much you win by, it really doesn't matter a whole lot. Both Shane Witters-Hicks and Case Shellows are both in pretty good spot. Shane Witters-Hicks into the final 100, and he's in a good spot. Let's look behind him, though, where Aiden Gilson from MIT is trying to hang on. Kevin Veltri from Rowan in a tight race. Witters-Hicks wins it. Everybody pushing toward the finish. And I think the odd man out might be Benjamin Peterson. I believe the Hope Jr. ended up coming in 6th place. I'll have to check his time. So here's the results. Witters Hicks in first place. Then it's Case Shilos, Kevin Veltri, Aiden Gilson from MIT, Ben Torta from Bowdoin, then Benjamin Peterson, then Luke O'Connor. So Luke O'Connor, who is the top-seeded runner in the nation coming in, finishes in 7th in his heat. And we'll have to see if he is able to qualify as one of the next 4 best overall times. Ryan Bugler, Jared Flank, Brett Harms, and Benjamin Peterson will be the next 4. How about that? The number 1 seed nationally, Luke O'Connor, who finished as an All-American in this event last year, he will not qualify for the championship race on Saturday. Disappointing finish for Bugler. All right, we'll have the 400-meter dash coming up here shortly, I believe, for the decathlon, and then they'll get ready for the, as you get a look at the decathlon, the points go up on the board there. Jack Flood, one of the better decathletes in the country, is off to a good start here in the national meet 2017. Jack Flood from Cortland State, the senior. At the moment, he is out front. All right, so let's take a look at our sections. 3 sections. They're all going to run 400-meter dashes. There is no handoff in this. Lane 4 there, Dylan Cooper just kind of tripped on his starting blocks for a moment. Alex Canchola from George Fox is in lane 3. Cooper, I just mentioned, in lane 4. Noah Avery is in lane 5 from Lewis and Clark. Rasmus Elfgard, the junior from North Park, in lane 6. Nate Newman, lane 7 from Ohio Wesleyan. And Ryan Cruz, the junior from Central College, in lane 8. Of that group of 6, the fastest time in the 400-meter dash belongs to Alex Canchola. Jack Flood currently leading the decathlon by just about 150 points over Isaac Frazier from Simpson. Connor Christopherson, who a little earlier this year was named the D3 men's track and field athlete of the week. Christopherson earned that honor after kind of a disappointing 2016. He had a great start in 2017. He and Jack Flood, for quite a while, were the top 2 decathletes all season. Connor Christopherson right now in 3rd place. Canchola the favorite in lane 3. And off they go. Nate Newman gets off to a good start for Ohio Wesleyan in lane 7. He is already way out front of Ryan Cruz, who is not particularly strong in this event. Cruz is seated at 55 seconds. Nate Newman passed him quickly in that first 100-meter stretch. Canchola, the inside lane, will keep an eye closely on him as they come into the final turn. Nate Newman from Ohio Wesleyan having a good race. Canchola from George Fox closing strong. From Wisconsin Eau Claire, Dylan Cooper in lane 4 hanging in there. Canchola really kicking it into gear late. And he wins. Nate Newman from Ohio Wesleyan dropped all the way back to 4th. Dylan Cooper finished in 2nd place from Wisconsin Eau Claire, or rather 3rd place from Wisconsin Eau Claire. Rasmus Elfgard from North Park finished in second. So Alex Canciola from the Great Northwest wins section number 1. It's important for Canciola as he's trying to climb his way a little further up that leaderboard. Canciola right now is in dead last, but that nice finish in the 400 will definitely help him. On to our second section. And this is where we're going to get a look at the top decathlete right now, Jack Flood from Cortland State. Leif Van Grinsven from Wheaton, Illinois, is in lane 4. Another really good decathlete and a good sprinter, Noah Meteor. He's in lane 5 from Wisconsin La Crosse. Lane 6 is Jackson Shep from Concordia Moorhead. Isaac Frazier, the senior from Simpson, in lane 7. Cody Faust, sophomore from Wisconsin Platteville, in lane 8. Jeremy Lee from Wisconsin Stevens Point running in lane 9 on the outside. And they're off. Good start for Isaac Frazier. You can tell he's already turning in that first 100 meters pretty strong. Pushes himself into a great position coming down almost halfway through the opening race here, which would conclude day 1 of the decathlete. Leif Van Grinsven looks like he's going to go toe-to-toe with Isaac Frazier down the stretch. Frazier starting to taper off a little bit. It's Wisconsin Platteville's Cody Faust that comes out of nowhere. Frazier, you can tell, is really hurting as he comes toward that finish. He just ran out of gas. Cody Faust with a tremendous closing 150 meters, and he wins his section. Faust, Van Grinsven, Meteor, Frazier, Flood in that order. The 400 in that section. As we move to our third section, there are a couple of guys who really have impressed. In fact, the only two that have run sub 50-second 400-meter dashes are Tobias Muellers and John Cook. And this is where both of them are hoping to make up a little ground. Muellers, the junior from Williams, is in 10th place, but only by 1 point. And John Cook is currently second last. He's in 19th place, but there's not a whole lot of separation between some of these guys, and so if you're able to go out and win an event, well, that's going to make a big difference in the points you're allotted. Jack Flood's slightly less than stellar showing here in the 400 is maybe going to hurt him a little bit. The good news for him is that Isaac Frazier really kind of tailed off there late, or else Frazier could have picked up some much needed points. Kevin Salveson, Tommy Riley, John Cook, Seth Spicer, Connor Christopherson, Andrew Bartnett, and Tobias Muellers running here in section 3. There they go. Christopherson in lane 7, Muellers in lane 9. John Cook in lane 5. Good look on the outside there of Tobias Muellers. The best seated time, and you can tell he looks like he's in a pretty comfortable stride. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins trying to push him a little bit as they come into the second turn. And now the final 100. Tommy Riley from Williams having a good race. Tobias Mueller's coming way out front. Williams starting to really tail off now. And Mueller's is cruising to a big win. Andrew Bartnett from Johns Hopkins looks to have touched second. And Tommy Riley will end up in last place in that section. Mueller's comes in sub 50. He's the only one, 48.95. That's a tremendous run for him. Andrew Bartnett was almost exactly at 50 seconds, 50.03. Salveson, 50.31. John Cook just 1/100th of a second slower. And Connor Christopherson, 2/100ths of a second slower than that. So we only have 2 remaining track events here the rest of the day. There will be 4 races total. The women will go first in the 4x4 relay race. The finals for this race take place on Saturday at 3:50. You can see all the young ladies trying to get behind each other there. Wisconsin Stevens Point, Mount Union, and the University of Chicago all represented on your screen there. Chicago will be in lane 2. Mount Union just qualified for this event last week. They're in lane 3 after running a 3:50 last weekend at the last chance qualifier. Wisconsin Whitewater took 7th in this event in the indoor season. They're in 4th. Washington University, the #1 overall seed and the reigning national champion in both the indoor meet last winter and the outdoor meet last spring. They were the runner-up. They are actually, I beg your pardon, I said that backwards. They were the runners-up in both the indoor and outdoor meets. So WashU, the #1 overall seed, but they have not won the national championship lately in this event. Wesley is in lane 6. WashU, by the way, lane 5. Wesley finished in 3rd and in 4th in their last 2 national meets. Wisconsin Stevens Point, lane 7. Wheaton, lane 8. Rowan, lane 9. Rachel Adams and Marissa Rinaldi will both run for Mount Union in the 4x4 after running earlier today for the Purple Raiders in the 4x1. And the first 2 runners for Washington University will be Rebecca Ritterhoff and Kelly Hancock, who both really performed well in the 400-meter prelims earlier today. So did Daisy Ojeda. I mean, to be totally honest with you, this is a WashU team that is stacked in this event. Nebraska Wesleyan was the 2017 indoor champs and the 2016 outdoor champs, beating WashU both times. Nebraska Wesleyan is in Heat 2, so we won't have a chance to see them run against Washington until potentially on Saturday. Four by 400-meter relay. Finals are Saturday at 3:50. It'll be the final events of the weekend. Ladies always go first. They are on the blocks and just about ready. Washington University in lane 5, they're in green. Mount Union lane 3, they're in purple. And off they go. Rebecca Ritterhoff really running well at the outset for Washington University. Nice job in lane 9 from Rowan's Dominique Peters, the freshman. Beatrice Robinson will eventually take the baton from her. Wheaton's Marissa Heath, another freshman competing in this event. Kathy Dirks from Wisconsin Stevens Point falling back a little bit. It's Wesley's Alicia Streeter, who is really off to a nice start. Putting Wesley in a really good spot here coming down. It'll be the Wesley Wolverines, who through 25% of the race look like they'll be in first place. Ritterhoff ran a comfortable race so far. And as she starts to hand off, it'll be Kelly Hancock that goes into the second leg. Wesley's Quadira Minus, the junior for the Wolverines, out front. Right now it's Wesley and WashU in first and in second place. And look at Hancock go. Holy smokes. she just torched Midas. Washington University pulling away big time. Kelly Hancock in warp speed. Boy, the Bears were in 4th place going into the turn, and here they are now in a big-time spot. Mount Union has fallen all the way back into 8th place. Washington University with Ashley Knudsen there in your screen, and look at her go. Wisconsin Whitewater's Leah Richter, the senior, trying to keep 2nd place in Whitewater's grasp for now. Top 2 from each heat advance, plus the next 5 best overall times. Unlike some runners that look graceful in their strides, Ashley Knudsen is just grimacing as she is violently running. She's got a mean look on her face. I mean, she just looks like she's ready to run you over. For good reason. The Bears are just absolutely ripping away from the rest of the field. Daisy Ojeda going into the final 400. And she might be the best of the 4 in this particular leg. Looks like the Purple Raiders are in a tough spot. They are well into last place. So Washington University looks like they're going to cruise into the finals. Wisconsin Whitewater starting to get a little bit more of a challenge here for that 2nd place spot, which is critical. Ojeda coming down the final 100. Whitewater currently in 2nd. 3rd place is Wheaton. Can Wisconsin Whitewater hold on with Meredith Porter? And it certainly looks that way. Porter crosses ahead of 3rd and 4th place. So Wesley, it looks like they'll finish in 3rd. Wesley Wolverines probably heading on to the championship race. They sure do. 3:42.60. That is .04 away from being a stadium record. Just a tremendous race from Washington. And it's not all that far off from a D3 championship record. Keep your eye out for that come the championship races on Saturday. So Washington University and Wisconsin Whitewater will race for a national championship in the women's 4x400 meter race on Saturday at 3:50. Who else will race against them? Well, let's find out. In Heat 2, our contestants are Wisconsin Platteville, Wisconsin Eau Claire, John Carroll, Bates College, Wartburg, Nebraska Wesleyan, SUNY Geneseo, and Emory. It's kind of crazy to see how some of these teams have gone throughout the course of the season. Nebraska Wesleyan is the favorite to win it all, at least in this race. They won the 2017 title. They won the 2016 title. John Carroll will use Rachel Schubert, Joy Nyanga, Noelle Salwan, and Ashura Powell. But they actually shuffled the order of those 4 young ladies. And when they did, they shaved off almost 5 seconds from when they were the OAC runner-up back in April. So maybe just some rearranging for John Carroll was all they needed. Wisconsin Eau Claire, they had an All-American group back in the indoor season when they finished in 5th place in this event. Wartburg's had some good showings too. They were 3rd in the country in the indoor season, 6th last year in the outdoors. And Emory with an All-American performance in the indoor season as well. Wisconsin Platteville had the worst of the qualifying times in this heat. Just based on the times to get into the national meet, you would think that Wartburg and Nebraska Wesleyan and Wisconsin Eau Claire would be the top three competitors here in this one. But time will tell. Just got to go out and run the race, and that's what you compete for, the opportunity to go out and try to make something special happen. Only 3 more races left the entire day. We'll have the men's 4x4 relays coming up after this. And of course, we will do a quick video recap for you on NCAA.com if you're interested to figure out how the rest of the day went prior to maybe when you joined us. Just about ready for heat number 2. Nebraska Wesleyan in lane 7 at the start. Wartburg will be in lane 6. Elise OCI from Emory out in lane 9. It's Mackenzie Ross running for SUNY Geneseo. They've had a nice showing here on day 1. Nebraska Wesleyan in the black and gold. Elizabeth Jones getting them started. Nebraska Wesleyan, the number 2 seed nationally as they entered things. But again, they are very capable of going out and winning this race as they've done the last 2 national meets. And it looks like Nebraska Wesleyan will come down the home stretch here of the first 400 easily in first place. Jones looking to hand off to Abigail Hunke. Makes a good clean handoff. Bates College racing pretty well. Paige Rabb, the freshman, trying to keep Bates alive. They've all made a move now for the inside of the track. Nice running from Wartburg as well. Wartburg into second, Bates into third. That's Belle Tenisma, freshman from Wartburg, who's trying to close the gap a little bit, making this a pretty good race. John Carroll's Joy Nyenga able to push the Blue Streaks back into a slightly more favorable spot. They're still in the back of the pack, though. Wartburg with a quick exchange. It's Taylor Jones who's gotten off to that quick start out in front of Sarah Glidden from Wisconsin Eau Claire. At the moment, it's those 2 that lead the pack. Nebraska Wesleyan tapering off a little bit. Reigning national champions have fallen into third place here in this qualifier. Wisconsin Eau Claire, Sarah Glidden, and Wartburg's Taylor Jones racing down the final stretch of this third leg of the 400-meter relay. Eau Claire in a good spot. It's up to Jess Rupp now, the senior, to turn on the burners. Wartburg's Betsy Dewar going to try to catch her. Rupp now one of the best 400-meter runners in the country. And she is way out front. Again, the top 2 from each heat advance automatically, plus the next best 5 times. Eau Claire is definitely in a good spot right now. Wartburg and Nebraska Wesleyan are battling for second at the moment. Eau Claire cruising to victory on the heels of Jess Rupp now. Nebraska Wesleyan has fought all the way back. Katie Crick has put the reigning national champions into second place. Wartburg running a good race, but Betsy Dewar running out of gas a little bit. She'll finish in third, but likely good enough to send Wartburg to Saturday's national championship. John Carroll finishes in last place in this preliminary. So Wisconsin Eau Claire, Nebraska Wesleyan, and Wartburg the top three. Wisconsin Platteville finishing in fourth place. Washington University, Wisconsin Whitewater, Wisconsin Eau Claire, Nebraska Wesleyan, all guaranteed into the championship finals on Saturday. The next four best times belong to Wesley, Wheaton, Wartburg, and Wisconsin Platteville. So it ends up being the four best from Heat 1 and the four best from Heat 2. And without much surprise, three Wisconsin schools are represented, and Wash U was significantly better than anybody else in the field. So that's going to do it for day one of our women's coverage. Here's a little bit of a look at how things went on the field side. Brandy Smith won another national championship for Ithaca in the discus. Big upset in the pole vault. Marissa Kelsey beat Catherine Pittman from Ithaca. So Westminster has a national champion. And you'll see those other ones contested as the week continues on. Here's a look at the heptathlon standings through four events, with three more to come tomorrow. Kylie Bartlett, the national favorite, in first place by just over 250 points. She'll be there as we start up the heptathlon again tomorrow. And we'll look at the team standings for the ladies as well. Ithaca College, a great day on day one with two national championships early in the day. And then, of course, with a second place finish in the pole vault, they've got 28 points. Although I have to imagine, even though Washington University is not listed there, it won't be long before you see the Bears on the ladies' standings. And with that, we'll roll into the men's 4x400 meter relay. This is our final event of the day on the men's side. We'll have two heats, same as we just had on the ladies' side. Top two teams from each heat, plus the next five best overall times. I don't think I mentioned earlier, by the way, that Bates College is also in the 4x4 on the ladies' side. So Bates College was the last one to qualify. All right, so we're going to see some pretty quick teams here. This could be one of the more fun races all weekend. It's not a surprise that this has been saved for last. Wisconsin Eau Claire, Simpson, Occidental, Mount Union, Buffalo State, Heidelberg, Wisconsin La Crosse, and Farmingdale State, the 8 here in Heat 1. Mount Union and Heidelberg, two conference foes. Wisconsin La Crosse, Wisconsin Eau Claire are conference foes. They've seen each other throughout the course of the season. Historically, as we get underway, it's been Wisconsin La Crosse and Mount Union that have really dominated this event. And it could be a really fun one to end the 2017 Outdoor National Championships with. That's Phil Solito from Farmingdale State, who's being passed by Sam Smith from Wisconsin La Crosse in lane 8. Mount Union handing it to Tyler Neff to start them off in lane 5. La Crosse, Mount Union, both looking good. Heidelberg off to a good start too with Jared Lyon in lane 7. They barely got the handoff in time for Heidelberg in the appropriate area. James Roth from Mount Union is putting the Purple Raiders into a pretty good spot. Roth being trailed by Occidental. That's Caldwell Biddle, the sophomore from Occidental. Wisconsin Eau Claire in a comfortable spot in third place. Joshua DeSorsi. Occidental and Mount Union neck and neck coming down the stretch here of leg number 2 with Wisconsin Eau Claire. Brandon Krasnovich trying to close the gap a little bit. Purple Raiders hand it off to Clark Etzler. Wisconsin Eau Claire has snuck into second place. I beg your pardon, Wisconsin Lacrosse into second place. Dominic Boccini running against Clark Etzler right now, and it's Boccini who pulls out in front of him. Occidental's Hugh Pagan, who won the 200-meter dash as an individual last year. Look at him go. He passed Mount Union on the turn. He is closing in on passing Wisconsin Lacrosse on the turn, and Pagan has kicked it into another gear. Occidental, the 4th seed nationally, with 400 meters to go, in a great spot. Mount Union hands it off to A.J. Digby. A.J. Digby running with the Blades. Digby was the 5th fastest runner in the 400-meter dash worldwide at the Paralympic Games in Rio last summer. And he is in second place right now behind Occidental's Jay Johnson. Wisconsin Lacrosse in 3rd place. It's Ben Jordan trying to keep it close. All 3 schools will likely move on. Digby makes the move to the outside. Mount Union and Occidental and A.J. Digby for the Mount Union Purple Raiders puts Mount Union with a win in heat number 2. And the Mount Union Purple Raiders are going on to the championship round on Saturday at 4 p.m. Mount Union, Occidental, and Wisconsin Lacrosse in that order. Waiting to see the final standings as Heidelberg and Farmingdale both bring up on the back times. All right, so that sets us up for our second heat. In order to heat 1, it was Mount Union, Occidental, Lacrosse, Eau Claire, Buffalo State, Simpson, Heidelberg, and Farmingdale. In heat number 2, Bethel runs in lane 2. Middlebury's the number 1 seed nationally. They're in lane 3. Middlebury did not even qualify for the indoor meet, and they didn't qualify for the outdoor meet last year. They've seemingly come out of nowhere and then put up blazing fast numbers. Loris is in lane 4, WPI lane 5. Keep your eye on Case Western 2 in lane 8. Spartans ran a school record, 3 minutes, 13.62 seconds in order to qualify for the national meet. I think the 4x400 meter relay, the 4x100 meter relay, and the 200 meter dash are probably going to be the 3 premier track events this weekend on the men's side. They have a chance to really have some incredible finishes. This is our final event that we'll broadcast here today. Everything else has been all wrapped up for the day. We will be sure to get you kind of set up for tomorrow, let you know how things will shake out. We've got 5 more decathlon events tomorrow, 3 heptathlon events tomorrow. They'll have the high jump and shot put for both the men and women tomorrow, and then several track preliminary races as well. Bethel, Middlebury, and Case Western, probably the 3 favorites here in this heat. Oh, got a false start. One came in lane 9 from Augustana. Josh Yamamoto. So we'll reset things in just a second. Wisconsin lacrosse, Rowan, Wisconsin Whitewater, Benedictine, and SUNY Cortland. Probably the top 5 teams that expect this weekend to come home with a national title. Tufts took a tough blow by not having a qualifier in the 3,000 meter steeplechase. Luke O'Connor, the #1 national qualifying time coming in, and he did not get out of the preliminary round. That's a tough blow for Tufts, no pun intended. So they put more gunpowder in. While Middlebury is the #1 overall seed, I'm interested to see the way they run. I really think the top three schools in our first heat might be the 3 best in the field other than Middlebury. Those would be La Crosse, Mount Union, and Occidental. We're ready to go. Case Western Reserve in front of a home crowd. They're running in lane 8. A couple kids holding up signs that say "Go Case" and the seating along the horseshoe. Off we go in the final race of the day from Spire. Case Western Reserve's Jonathan Haling, a freshman in lane 8, off to a lightning quick start. You can see him there in lane 8, closing down on Josh Yamamoto. Carl Clam from Bethel running on the inside lane. He's not running quite as well here at the outset as probably expected to see from him. Rowan in a good spot as well in lane 6. Bethel and Middlebury are going to have some work to do. I know they're on the inside lanes, but they did not get off to a good start here in their first 400. Jonathan Ramirez from Rowan is just cruising along. Right now, he's in first place. Boy, Patrick Clam from Bethel has brought Bethel into first place. No knock on Carl Clam, who I didn't think got off to a very good start, but Patrick has certainly made up for it. Bethel and Rowan right now 1-2, and those are really the only 2 that matter, just being in the top 2. Take any of the guesswork out of it. Augustana hanging tough in 3rd place at the moment as Kyle Hucker comes down the stretch. Hucker hands it off to Clayton Summers for Augustana. Bethel still out front. Evan Hatton, the sophomore, running the 3rd leg with Rowan's Jameel Jackson, the junior, right on his tails. Middlebury starting to come alive. Jimmy Martinez in 3rd place. Rowan bursts into 1st. Anthony Salimo will run the closing leg for Rowan. He is incredibly quick. Middlebury, Bethel, and Rowan all bunched together. Evan Hatton kind of losing steam for Bethel a little bit. The handoff is clean, and off they go. Final lap. Rowan's Anthony Salimo out in front. Carl Olson, the sophomore from Bethel, right behind him as he tries to pass him on the straightaway. Middlebury's Alex Nichols has faded, and this has quickly become a 2-man race. Olson for Bethel, Salimo for Rowan. Carl Olson. Actually, you know what? They've changed up their order. That's Carl Clam that's running the last leg. Even though Carl Olson was listed as running the fourth leg on the heat sheet, Carl Clam ran the final straightaway. Carl Clam brings Bethel into the final spot, and they are moving on by winning their heat. Bethel and Rowan go 1-2 with Middlebury at the third spot, 2 seconds slower than their national qualifying time. Bethel just ran 2 seconds faster than their qualifying time. It's the top 2 from each heat plus the next best 5. And as soon as we get these results pop up, we'll tell you what they are. We know for sure Bethel, Rowan, Mount Union, and Occidental are all racing on Saturday at 4 p.m., the very last event of the entire meet, to conclude the 2017 National Championships. All right, the remaining results are now in. So Mount Union, Occidental, Bethel, Rowan, Middlebury, Loris, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Wisconsin Eau Claire, and Augustana. They will all continue on to race for a national championship. Simpson, Heidelberg, Farmingdale State, Buffalo State, WPI, Colby, and Case Western Reserve have not qualified out of the prelims. With that, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll kind of recap things for you and get you set up for our second day of coverage tomorrow. Bethel is the winner of the prelims in 3 minutes, 11.81 seconds. Back to Spire to conclude day 1 after this on NCAA.com.